Prayer book, opening prayers.
Thank you.
All mothers, sentient beings, limitless as space, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and omniscience. May they experience happiness, be free from suffering, and swiftly may they attain precious, unsurpassed, perfectly complete enlightenment. All mothers, sentient beings, limitless as space, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and omniscience. May they experience happiness, be free from suffering, and swiftly may they attain precious, unsurpassed, perfectly complete enlightenment. All mothers, sentient beings, limitless as space, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and omniscience, may they experience happiness, be free from suffering, and swiftly may they attain precious, unsurpassed, perfectly complete enlightenment. For that purpose, until I attain Buddhahood, I will apply my body, speech, and mind to virtue. Until death, I will apply my body, speech, and mind to virtue. From today until this time tomorrow, I will apply my body, speech, and mind to virtue. I take refuge in the Buddhas until I attain the essence of awakening. Likewise, I take refuge in the Dharma and in the assembly of bodhisattvas. Just as the Buddhas of the past gave rise to bodhicitta and progressed along the bodhisattva's path, so shall I give rise to bodhicitta for the benefit of all beings and practice the stages of the bodhisattva's path. I take refuge in the Buddhas until I attain the essence of awakening. Likewise, I take refuge in the Dharma and in the assembly of the bodhisattvas. Just as the Buddhas of the past gave rise to bodhicitta and progressed along the bodhisattva's path, so shall I give rise to bodhicitta for the benefit of all beings and practice the stages of the bodhisattva's path. I take refuge in the Buddhas until I attain the essence of awakening. Likewise, I take refuge in the Dharma and in the assembly of the bodhisattvas. Just as the Buddhas of the past gave rise to bodhicitta and progressed along the bodhisattva's path, so shall I give rise to bodhicitta for the benefit of all beings and practice the stages of the bodhisattva's path. Until awakening, I take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all beings. Until awakening, I take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all beings. Until awakening, I take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all beings. May all mothers, sentient beings, limitless as space, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they not be separated from the happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion.
May all mothers,
sentient beings, limitless as space, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they not be separated from the happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all mothers, sentient beings, limitless as space, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they not be separated from the happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. An infinite array of worlds, each with 4 continents and the wealth of infinite oceans of realms. If I bring them all to mind and offer them without exception, please hold with compassion all the beings they contain. My body, enjoyments in whatever I own, my aggregates, elements, and sense sources, my aspirations now and in times to come, as well as everything I grasp as mine. By offering them all, may I be blessed with the end of self-grasping. Completely liberated from the bounds of real and unreal, transcending the names and attributes of arising, cessation, abiding, coming and going, affirmation and denial. The supreme mandala is the natural state. By offering it, may I be blessed to attain the state of Buddhahood. Om Guru Devata Kini Ratna Mandala Pradesha Soha. Namo. To the Guru, the utter purity of all appearance and existence, I offer all appearance and existence arisen as the primordial ground. I supplicate you, may the three realms be completely liberated. Please grant blessings to empty samsara from its depths. Lord with five omniscient wisdoms, crown ornament, kind one with loving nature, precious protector of beings, heart of all Buddhas, inexpressible by words or thought, I supplicate you from the core of my mind. Bless me from within the state of Dharmata. Bless me to realize this mind, primordially pure and unborn, as the unfathomable Dharmakaya. Please turn the wheel of the Dharma, of the greater and lesser vehicles, and the teachings common to both, according to the dispositions and mental capacities of sentient beings.
Thank you. 소원도 좋다 지진jel로 냠바바데 지도도다 담베초다 생각다다 도제제바 구조제제바 소원 저로 소원도 노르도 동해져도 메가와 도요슬라 지그 자세 시작하나 철없지 거제 제베도 되는 야외담바고는 사자바가 저로 무슨 그 자세 되면서 두지고도 만드시죠 무지다와 도제제바 유치 냐면적으로 그 자세 관계되지 되지니 그지니는 좀 넘어르지도 또 제제자벨라데 간다 저저도 그지되나 되실 넘어르지고 가서다 되다 베지 사람에 사반도 프라탐제 디시시 나서와서 제좀 전로 초선도 와진jel람도서 철람도 와진jel람도서 람주바서 와진jel람 주변에서 차원의 전결랍도 fast. Just relax physically and mentally. Just be here where you are, and then take a deep breath. Inhale fully, and exhale all the tension and your stress. Once more, please inhale fully. And exhale. Once more, please inhale fully. And exhale. So this is not only just here. Every morning, anywhere you are, every day, just breathe in fully and just relax. Breathe out. And then look at the space. Space has no boundary. Free from all the fringes. So as the mind is free from all the boundary. So we just need to relax there. That's Dharma, what we are studying, practicing. Dharma, our study, practice, all is related to the mind. It's our mind. Sometimes you may hear some exotic things, this and that, all different things, but everything comes to the mind. It's a reflection of the mind. As we know, we all desire for peace and happiness. And we all desire to free from suffering. It's all just our mind. Mind is when the mind is confused about the pure nature of the phenomena, then we are called confused, because we cannot capture the pure nature of the mind, and then there we suffer. The suffering is coming not from outside. Sometimes outside we feel maybe coming from outside. Outside is the condition. The mind itself is how we perceive, how we reflect. So as you have read, there's some very profound teachings, here. Actually, he said here, you have read, Namo to the Guru, your mind. The utter purity of all appearance and existence. Your nature of the mind is total, pure. Totally pure by itself. I offer all appearance and existence arising as the primordial ground. It's all just established purely by itself. It's called unfabricated, I subject you, your pure mind. May these three realms be completely liberated. So, when we are confused in the samsara, say, may my confusion be fully liberated. Please grant blessing to empty samsara from its depths, you see. Samsara is not somewhere outside. It's within when the mind is confused. When our mind is confused, bewildered, in the dimension of the confusion, and we create a lot of causes there, which is called negative karma, and from there, then manifests all the results. So that's what's called reflection of the karma and the reflection of the mind. So you see, you cannot find such a profound teaching than this anywhere you go. Yeah. So that here is against the Lord with 5 omniscient wisdom. So your mind itself, primordially, as I mentioned, is pure and it has everything. So you can say 5 wisdom, 5 omniscient wisdom. That's the crown ornament. Kind one with the loving nature. That means itself is loving nature. That itself is kind. So because of that, we said precious protector of being. That is the precious. That your pure mind protects you from the confusion, from the suffering. But we have to recognize, we have to reveal. Said, heart of all the Buddhas. This is the heart of all the Buddhas. Does not exist outside. It's within you. It is inexpressible. You cannot see whether it exists inside, outside, somewhere else. It's inexpressible, but it is everything. No? So it's inexpressible by words or thought. So that only you can realize through the meditation practice, not by looking, searching, not by discussions, not by investigations. See, so you sit. So you have all these profound teachings with you in your hand. See. Therefore, he said, see, I supplicate you from the core of my mind, you supplicate to realize that. You develop your devotion to this. Okay. So, bless me from the within the state of Dharmata, you see. Just may I realize this from my own mind, by myself. The teacher may talk so much, but still you may not get it. Because his words is just a mission. It's inexpressible by words, you see, by explanations. But you have to realize yourself. You have to make effort. This is the mission. Buddha cannot bestow you this because it's within you. Oh. Sometimes you may say, oh, Buddha doesn't give us these things. I pray so much, but looking outside somewhere, without realizing that you have everything, what you need. When you get it, you got everything. See, that's a Buddha's teaching. So, yes, Dharmata. Yes, Dharmata is within you, not outside. Dharmata as it is. Chunyi as it is. Kind of say, fabricated. So bless me to realize these minds, primordially pure, you see. It's uncreated and unborn. Unborn means it's not born anywhere. There's nothing to born because it is as it is, unfabricated. See? As the unfathomable Dharmakaya is great scholars through their all the explanations cannot dig out. It's unfathomable. But it can only, you can dig, reveal through the meditation practice. This is, whole Buddha's teachings are contained here. No matter where you go now, you cannot find more profound, more blessing teachings than this. This is written by Jita Sungkun, If not so much, but essence is there. See, See? So, this is the ultimate nature. To realize the ultimate nature, then we have to, it depends so much on the relative state. There says, you have heard of renunciation. Renounce the samsara. So to renounce samsara, why we want to renounce samsara? Why you want to meditate? Why you want to chant mantras, It shows that something is missing, Something is missing. Because of that, to free from that, we're looking for something. Going here and there, traveling here and there, meeting different teachers, and then digging there, what they have things to say, what they can say, what they can offer me, what I can get from this, It shows was not fully satisfied. We want to get something more. But when you get this one, you got everything. But to get this one, we have to make effort. See? To achieve the unfabricated nature, we have to release all the fabricated state. So, one of the very important thing is I thought we can do Bodhisattva's vow ceremony. And the Bodhisattva's vow ceremony is, you see, the essence of the Buddha's teaching, first of all. Our Dharma study practice is not just only for this life's happiness, peace, neither for next life's peace and happiness, nor for liberation of arahats, sharavakas, and the perfect Buddhas, but to attain Buddhahood. See. So now to attain Buddhahood, it depends on many causes and conditions. What kind of cause that is we need to attain Buddhahood? So bodhicitta. Bodhicitta is the indispensable method to attain Buddhahood, without which not possible. So like yesterday, those who came, I just introduced some basic how Buddha taught the teachings, how Buddha came to realize the Buddhahood. So why we want to reflect on the impermanence, why we want to reflect on the suffering of samsara, we want to reflect on the causality, karma. So we have to see those things. Before we reveal this, what just I've read, section here, everywhere in the samsara, like yesterday I mentioned, everybody is under the control of the three poisons. The ignorance, our holding of the ego, and then when that ego is there, self, ego, I, my, me, is very sensitive, very fragile. That surrounds with the attachment, aversion, pride, jealousy, so forth, all the mental afflictions. So for that, first we reflect on the impermanence first. Impermanence is all the phenomena that which is composite on the basis of the causes and conditions are changing. All the time changing. No matter where you go, you find that. So when you read the jewel ornament of liberation in the section of that impermanence, very skillfully Kambupa described. First you look at the gross impermanent. We all know we'll die one day, but we don't prepare to die today. We don't prepare to die tonight. We don't prepare to die tomorrow either. We don't prepare to die next year. We plan next 5 years, next 10 years, just keep going. Well, we say, I will die one day. We plan all the way. Where we plan, it seems like I will never die, It's a paradox. But these are Dharma teachings, you see. And within that, you see, within that vicious cycle of the confusion and the suffering manifests. You start something, some projects. There's always something, obstacles you face. You counteract the obstacles and you struggle with that. There's no anything, whatever we do, where there's no suffering. It's not just a Western culture or Asian culture or a belief system. Nothing to do with this reality of the all phenomena. You have to understand that, So, for that to Kambupa describe that suffering, that impermanence, gross suffering, gross impermanent. See, even this planet, it seems very permanent. The Rocky Mountains, you see, when you go visit, looks very permanent, hard, how it can be destroyed. But just you can see when there's a strong earthquake, you can see, destroys. When there's strong tsunami, you can see. There you can see the 4 seasons of the year. In the winter, what kind of experience we have. In the summer, it's totally different. Daytime, nighttime, look at this. At nighttime, when you walk here and there, there's a lot of fear. There may be something, well, I don't know what, When the day breaks, when the sun shines, there's nothing to fear. It's totally different. Day and night. See, this is all impermanent. So those are gross impermanent. Reflect on this. Very obvious, very clear. Everything changes. Yesterday's very beautiful flower. In a few days, it fades. You pay money to buy that. When it becomes old, you trash. So everything's like that, changing. So impermanence means no essence. If you become so rich, still you are not happy. I'm not discouraging you don't work, Okay. Okay. You work, as you like, Make effort. You become rich, doesn't matter. Nothing wrong with that. You become multi-billionaires, Nothing's wrong with that. But there's no full satisfaction. See, it's clear. But what will this to become multi-billionaires? Supposed to be very happy now. I am billionaire. I'm so happy. Now I have no problem, But there's more problems, So what important is real wealth is your appreciation. How much you have, you appreciate. If you know how to appreciate, you become billionaire. You say peace, happiness. I'm so happy now. I'm billionaire. Now I don't need anything. Appreciation, contentment. Now this is enough for me. Then there's peace, happiness. But until you have that appreciation, until you have the contentment, there's no peace and happiness. See, that's what the Buddha taught. See, those who don't have anything, if they get a lunch, so I'm so happy today I got a good lunch. I'm very fortunate. So that's the wealth. So Buddha taught us how to appreciate, how to rejoice your life. It's the study of the impermanence. So impermanence is a big subject. It's not a negative thing. It is something very positive. It touches the reality nature. It touches the unfabricated, how everything's changing. We try to fabricate, make something very concrete, very stable, but always fail. You always have to rebuild things that you have built some years ago. Renovate your house. Renovate the roads. And then especially our health. Look at ourselves, our health. Every day we are getting old. We try to keep as young as possible. Now there's a lot of supplements. You can see how to keep your healthy, young, but not successful. When you age, we age. Even great teachers, you see, they have to go, to accept. See, so that's how to prepare. So look at the impermanence, so precious, you see. I'm sure everybody knows Milarepa, who possesses nothing, but he has a clay pot, a pot that where he cooks the nettle. So one day, that's the only he has. One day he walked from one cave to another. He carried his pot with him. So this is now I go. If I get there some nettles, I will cook here and he will eat. So on the road, he stepped on a piece of rock, he fall down. Because it's a clay pot, it broke there. See? Now imagine to ourselves, if I will cry. I'm so unfortunate, I have nothing, Only this I have the clay pot, now it's broke. What should I do? How I should live? Then I worry so much. But for Milarepa, he's practicing the impermanence. And that touched his heart. He was not worrying where he can get the next the clay pot. But that moment, the teaching that he received by breaking this pot, he was so grateful. Because when he has this pot in his hand, he has feeling of, this is my pot. I have this. But that sense of the belonging is mine. Just broke on the piece of rock. And then that gave him all the wisdom. How everything is like a mirage. And he was singing. The part that just what I have is now broken. Now that breaking the broken part, this becomes my teacher. Taught me such a profound teaching. All the wealth that I have is the part. Now today it became such my great teacher. This symbolizes all the phenomena that compose it, so especially this precious human life. Now I must practice Dharma, making more effort ever before. So that's the Dharma practice. You see these great practitioners, how they see things, everything moment to moment, changing. Reflect on this. So we ordinary people, as I mentioned, we worried, we cry. No, only part that I have broken now, We just go around everywhere, shouting. But Milarepa was totally rejoiced, happy about it. So impermanence, when you suffer, look at the impermanence. This suffering that I am just going through. No, this gives me such a great agony. We're grasping on it, fixated on it. So this is impermanent. No, they come and it goes. It's just an illusory reflection. Because myself is illusion. Right now what we are thinking, we think outside is an illusion. But ourself is not illusion. I am the real one, So that contradicts. If everything is illusion, then what? No. So I'm real. You see? So ourself has to realize as an illusion. Then you see, then everything becomes peace. So this practice of the impermanence is so kind of powerful. So we don't treat reflect of the impermanence as something unimportant. So these high things, the teacher comes and this is very high for you, this is very profound, this and all this, they will explain you, this deity is such a powerful deity, will do everything for you, And we treat impermanence as something unnecessary, unimportant. Like for kindergarten, for the Dharma kindergartens that you teach impermanence. In reality, the impermanence is such a powerful teaching. So reflect on these things. So when you reflect on the impermanence, everything's changing. Oh, just momentary. Everything's embodiment of the momentary of thought. Our mind is changing every second, every moment, That's how it's impermanent. And that creates the cause. Moment to moment, moment to moment, you see. Look at this, When our mind is the right place, that moment there's a peace. When our mind is the wrong place, that moment there's a suffering. That is it, It's not just Buddhism as yesterday mentioned, it's reality natural. But we have to have such a great skill how to penetrate this. Reflect on this. When our mind is occupied by the attachment, anger, pride, jealousy, our mind is trapped in the confusion, and that state of mind is suffering. It's confined. The mind is confined, trapped. And it's a suffering. When there's a sense of loving kindness, compassion to everyone, there's a peace, harmony. See, this is knowledge that we should study. should practice. These are the practices. We get peace and happiness at that moment, in the immediate result. You see? So then you see the suffering that we don't want. Everybody is suffering. Those who are rich, poor, educated, uneducated, human beings, animals, insects, birds. You look, oh, they're looking for something. More protected place, better place. The birds, they travel, migrates place to place, looking for better place, for more happiness. We all are the same boat. To do these all things, we have the precious human life. That's a very important point. Precious human life. That gives us all the opportunity to see the samsara, to how to free from the samsara, how to achieve enlightenment, how to cultivate bodhicitta. You see, what are the 10 virtues which are the cause for peace and happiness? What are the 10 non-virtues which are the cause for suffering? When you go through it, it makes sense. Those who don't have the precious human life, if you tell this is a non-virtue, they will ask you what it makes a non-virtue. They will say it doesn't make sense. And we don't know exactly, still say, yes. Buddha said this, so I believe, I follow. So precious. There are some very intellectual, philosophically, scientifically, so smart. There are some individuals, if we say this is non-virtue, and they will say what it makes non-virtue. They will argue back you, what evidence you have, this is non-virtue. So understanding of the sense of the virtue, non-virtue is so precious. We need to cherish those, take care of those, and develop our mind from this. Then these things, when you read these profound teachings, then it makes sense. Especially the mind is very profound. So now here, as I read those, this is the profundity nature of the mind. So look at all the samsara, from the God realm to the hell realm. Everyone is suffering or under the condition of suffering, or they are not free from the suffering. So we look at these things, then we desire to attain Buddhahood. Because Buddhahood, when you achieve the Buddhahood, then we transcend all the cause of suffering. And then you see, since everything functions within the work of the causality. Everything you see is very clear. Everyone is working so hard. They're creating some cause for their own peace and happiness, working so hard, but then they don't know what are the real cause for peace and happiness. And they're destroying the cause of peace and happiness as if it were enemy. And they chase after the cause of suffering, and they end up only suffering. Because they have no wisdom. They don't have wisdom to see. It's like chasing mirage. You chase the mirage, you see the distance, there's a mirage. And you chase and chase, farther you go, it farther it goes, You see, you can't get it and you are so exhausted. So this is like chasing the samsaric happiness. It's like chasing the mirage. Then we complain, that. So then we complain to all sorts of things, because we are not getting it, So here, Buddha's teaching is all things are within you. And as you read these few lines, such a profound teachings, and contemplate on this. Now how I have to capture this, realize this. So first, as mentioned, look at the impermanence of all phenomena. Look at all this nature of this suffering of samsara. Suffering of the suffering of the change, suffering of the conditions. Look at all those, reflect. So in the jewel ornament of liberation, those are described so precisely. And then there's in the jewel ornament of liberation, they describe, Kabupa described the suffering of the hell realm more in detail. It's depressing, It's just, why is he describing all these things? Because to know better samsara. The point is, you see, he's not just wasting the time. If you read of this, all the suffering of the hell realms, somehow it helps you to wake up. I'm not beyond this. I can be there at any time. If I go there and get this, how should I do, So get this warning, wisdom. So in the Bodhisattva Avatar mentioned, Chadideva, he describes the lot of sufferings. Then he said, furthermore, he said, there's great qualities reflecting on the suffering. When you see, I'm not beyond this state of suffering. I'm in the state of suffering. I am suffering. You see, our arrogance will be released. I'm not that great because I'm in the state of suffering. Just feeling of little sadness and releases the arrogance, attachment. See? I say, I like this flower so much, I know I like this, you just keep it, and it fades without your control. Then you suffer. I don't want this flower to go this way, I don't want, I want you to stay as fresh as possible forever. But it doesn't. Then you see, this is impermanent. You see, you have to let go. No choice. Because it makes worse. If you know, let go, then your mind is more peaceful. You are accepting the reality nature. So this is how reflecting on this impermanence, suffering. Then when you know more about suffering of sentient beings, there is great opportunity to develop compassion. Great compassion can rise reflecting on the suffering of the sentient beings. If no one is suffering, why we need compassion? No need. It's useless. When you see the suffering there, then empathy, compassion, loving kindness, these can develop, generate within you. You see. Especially when you understand the emptiness of all phenomena. Everything is just illusory nature. Then you have such a great wisdom to see these sentient beings. They are suffering so much without realizing emptiness. Their suffering is so real, so concrete, and your compassion is called indomitable compassion, and you never get tired helping others. Since you realize the emptiness, you have no fear to help others. So because reflect on the suffering of samsara, compassion, that powerful compassion rise. Then when you know the suffering of the sentient beings, where all the suffering come from? Suffering has come from without cause, or from incomplete cause, or from wrong cause. The sufferings are manifested, coming out of just cause, direct cause of the non-virtuous thoughts, non-virtuous action. So then you're aware, this is the cause of suffering. This is the cause for virtue. These virtues are cause for peace and happiness. We get such a discriminative wisdom. What is right, what is wrong. See? So if you go details about these, teach these things more detail. We're not threatening other people, So everything is suffering, everything is impermanent. One day you will die, all this. That's not the point. The point is to understand how to get out of this, to aware where we are. Right now we don't know where we are. No? So a lot of people are depressed because out of attachment. See? When you know these things, understand these things, develop loving kindness, compassion, then there's such great joy. Come from nowhere, but it's within you. And you feel light. And then very little will bother you. Otherwise, as mentioned, when we have that strong ego, the self-grasping, and surrounded by attachment, aversion, pride, jealousy there, then we are so sensitive. Always there's a fear. What will happen? Or they're making some noise, what is happening? When these things release, understand all this point, then you have no expectation. In the samsara, there's nothing to expect, you know. You see, and your mind is totally relaxed, peace, happiness. Even before you become Buddha, on the way to Buddha, that's why how Milarepa sustained, how he practiced Dharma, you see. He knows how to practice Dharma, you see. The great scholars, they don't know. They try to criticize all others. You are doing wrong. You are doing that wrong. You are making mistake. They try to see all the faults of others and criticize, and then they don't know how to practice themselves. But Milarepa, you see, when his sister came to see him first time after many years, she was a baker, you know. She was a baker, so poor. And she was thinking, my brother may be in a good place, but he's in more worse place, you know. In a cave, even no clothes, no food. His body is skeleton, you know, just only bone and skin. And then she came there and she cried. She said, on the way, I saw a monastery. There's a high lama sit on the very high throne. The monks are gathering there. Lot of people making offerings, you know, and all the people they're enjoying, you know. They are just playing all the flutes, all this, you know, musical things, all this. So as Dharma practitioner, their teachers, you know, very impressive, you know. You should be like that, you know. Why you are doing this? Such a miserable place, you know. She said, I can't understand you, you know. Milarepa said, yes, man, just wait a minute. You are attached to the samsara. You know, he said, you know, you are attached to samsara. All these possessions, you know, good things are surrounded. And a lot of people come around, making a lot of offerings, you know. Milarepa says, I here sit by myself in a cave. There's nothing. When other people come, it's like it's attacking their heart. When they see my food, it's disgusting. Even worse than dog food. Who will eat the nettle, you know? When they see my body, skeleton, even the enemy comes, they will build their tears in their eyes. When you see where I live, your sister, it's embarrassing, disgusting. But if Buddha sees my mind, Buddha will enjoy. He said, you see. That's the point, you see. He's practicing so joyfully, totally content where he is. He was feeling, I met the greatest teacher on the earth and received all this teaching to attain Buddhahood. Now I'm practicing here in the mountain without distraction. I'm the most fortunate person. He's not worrying about the food. He was so happy, so grateful. No? He said, if Buddha sees my mind, Buddha will be delighted, happy, you know. That's what Dharma practice gives you, such great joy if you know how to practice, no? So this is such a precious thing. Then this meaning they realize, they capture, you see, through this. All the samsaric things, they come and go, impermanent. I'm sure you went to India, where the Lord Buddhist seat. Once they developed so much monasteries, now it's just ruin, nothing. You see, oh, this is just illusory nature, transitory nature. We are born and one day we'll die. Reality nature, is not being a negative mind, but it's being an utmost positive mind. Because we have the Dharma, you see. This is what I know. If we don't have Dharma, of course, talking about the suffering, impermanence is useless. No benefit. But to capture this profound meaning, we need to talk about this, reflect on this, just to bring these teachings in our heart. The innate nature of the mind, the primordial pure nature of the mind. You see, uncreated nature as it is. These are such a brilliant, even it's very difficult to put into the word. But Lord Jigdusumbu has a great skill because he captured this all. Totally, he natures this. So he can say these things in the world. So it's reflecting on the impermanence, reflecting in the suffering of samsara. So crucial to renounce the cause of samsara. Yeah. Because we have this kind of thing that we can capture, we can reveal out of all the suffering. Yes, all this. Then, as I mentioned, causality is infallible. You understand all this. Also in the jewel ornament of liberation, it just describes so beautifully. Read those, the karma and result. Kambupa first describes the suffering of samsara. You see, suffering of the hell ram, how it goes, the animal, and then human beings, demigod, god rams. Then so, what are the cause of this all suffering? Undesirable conditions. So then he goes through the karma, cause, first quotations from Buddha, and by Nagarjuna, all this. And then one karma, negative karma, there's a virtue is called meritorious karma, non-meritorious karma. So non-meritorious karma, non-virtue. See, so from one karma can manifest many results, ripening, similar to the cause karma, the karma of the power. You see the climate changing. So our collective karma, all the environments, this karma is coming, manifesting by the power of the non-virtue. Different types of virus, sickness, pandemics, and the weather, all these uneven weathers, it's all out of the karma. So look at those, meditate, Oh, time is flying. I don't know if we have enough time to perform the Bodhisattva's vow. Do you think this is interesting? Good? It's good, Yeah. So this is a very important point where you are practicing Dharma, Otherwise we hide all our garbage underneath and we chant mantra, expecting something very powerful thing, Okay, now here's a brief, some, I think, very important. I'm sure you have received those teachings before. I know you have received. You have read these teachings, received from many other teachers, all these things, but put more emphasis. Touch your heart, not just intellectualize. If you don't touch your heart as a fresh, intellectualizing doesn't help. As I mentioned, we know one day we'll die because we have heard of impermanence. But then, as I mentioned, yeah, I know I will die one day. I know I will die. But as I mentioned, we don't plan to die tonight. We don't plan to die tomorrow or next year. We plan for next 10 years. Then you say, if everything goes well, then I have this plan. I have that plan. So if you're really practicing Dharma and where you are in the samsara, we just contemplate, appreciate what you have, rejoice. Nagarjuna said, Nonam kunjin nane choshepa, rabjo labal, hamyo tembesons. Nonam kunjin nane choshepa. From within all the wealth of the contentment is the best wealth said by the Buddha. When you know how to content yourself, you are so rich even without wealth, ordinary wealth. As mentioned Milarepa, he was very rich. Have you heard of Kunu Lama Rinpoche? Kunu Lama Rinpoche was a very famous teacher. He imparted bodhicitta. He died 1977. It's the beginning of the 1977. See, I received the jewel ornament of liberation teaching from him. See, his life was very simple. He has no monasteries. He has no entourage. He keeps teaching everywhere. But his life was so simple. So one time a group of Westerners came to see him because they heard he was a great teacher. But then when they came, he possessed nothing, And they said, "Oh, if you need anything, please let us know. We will help you, And he said, I don't need anything. He said, I have bodhicitta. So I said, I have everything. He feels so rich, wealthy, because he has the contentment. Next day they came, those people came. And some people, local people came, make offerings, That time the people offering in those times, they are poor, rupees, Indian rupees, how much it cost, it exchange? one rupee, one rupee, maybe less than a cent, you know. So he gave them couple rupees each, you know, because he received from others, you know. So you take this, have a cup of tea, you know. So like those kind of great teachers, you see, they feel they're so rich, they're so happy, they're totally content with what they have. So that makes you happy, peaceful. No? That's the best wealth. As I mentioned, it doesn't mean you don't work, okay? You work, but whatever you have, you appreciate. That's the kind of point. Otherwise, we're slave of the money, slave of wealth, and suffering terribly, you know, which is unnecessary. You know? So these things, you just reflect on these, meditate. So Buddhahood is the only that can achieve total peace and happiness. For this purpose, I take the Bodhisattva's vow to help, first to help myself, and then to help others, those who are like me in the samsara, you know. And then when you can help this way, such a precious, that gives you such a great joy. You don't need anything from them. But as soon as when you just help them with some wisdoms, when they say, oh, thank you so much, and that will give you such great joy. Just peace. So this practice of loving kindness, compassion, bodhicitta, everybody talks about it, but we don't practice so much. See, practicing, when your practice comes, then we are so limited. So we start in this good understanding of impermanence, good understanding of the suffering of samsara, causality, and everybody in the world, those who are rich, they are suffering as well. Those who are poor, they are suffering as well. Those who are rich, they're mentally more suffering. Those who are poor, they're physically more suffering. Lack of food, lack of clothes, they're physically suffering. Rich, mentally suffering. Still, I'm not satisfied. I have this billions, but still I want to build another few billions, See, mentally, they have to calculate so much. So, I'm not saying bad things about them, but the reality nature. We touch the reality nature. This is important. Okay, I'm not. So don't feel that I'm criticizing those. I'm not criticizing. It's the reality. We touch that. Make that sense. Yeah. That's why Buddha Siddhartha himself first left the kingdom. He took the middle path. He had enough food, clothes to wear. Too much, too extreme, rich, poor. Because at the time of death, you have to leave everything behind. Even this cherished body, we have to leave behind. Okay. Now when you do this practice, this morning, first we have now half an hour. There's a preparation, and then there's an actual ceremony and the conclusion. So meditate on that. So first preparation. For the preparation, first we need to take refuge. I'm sure you all took refuge before, but you can take refuge every day, once, twice. There's in the refuge, in the section of the refuge practice, you take refuge 3 times a day, They mention, So you can take refuge every day. So that means, as yesterday I mentioned briefly about the refuge. We take refuge Because in the samsara, there's no refuge. People take refuge in the big tree. The tree has some deities. A big tree, they have local deities. Big rocks, they have some local deities. The lake, this is a beautiful lake, has a deities. People worship. People take refuge. So they are not the real refuge. They are samsara. They are samsaric beings. So only refuge is the Buddha, who historically enlightened. And the Dharma, the Buddha taught how to attain Buddhahood. And the Sangha, who follows the footsteps of Buddha. The great Bodhisattvas, we take refuge in them. So here, this first, you take the Buddha as your root teacher. Buddha, our historical Buddha Shakyamuni. Now here we have nice statue, You look at the Buddha statue. Sometimes you have the Bodhikayas, the picture, the Bodhikaya's Buddha is also very good. Very, very nice, clean. And here Buddha, not as a statue, not as a picture, but alive, fresh Buddha. Embodiment of wisdom, compassion. Okay? And to that, Buddha said, this is my root teacher. Okay? Because Buddha came on this planet to help us. So Buddha is our root teacher. Especially Buddha Shakyamuni. We are in the Shakyamuni Buddha's teaching. Sometimes we put emphasis so much on the Buddha Amitabhas or medicine Buddhas. Those, Of course, yes. But Buddha Shakyamuni is the who explained all those. Who taught about Buddha Amitabha? Shakyamuni taught. Who taught about the medicine Buddha? Shakyamuni Buddha taught. So you see, we take the Buddha Shakyamuni as your root teacher. In front of you, up in the space. And that Buddha is surrounded by all the Buddhas, like as mentioned, Buddha Amitabha, Buddha Amitayu, medicine Buddha, and all the rest of Buddha, Buddhas of the past, present, future. And great Bodhisattvas, like Chenresik, Vajrapani, Manjushri, Chittagarbha, so forth, all those. So that Buddha Shakyamuni is your root teacher. Then through that we take refuge. First, you see, and look at this prayer booklet, page 3. You have at the first you have here, I take refuge in the Buddhas. You see that Buddha, okay, then all the Buddhas, until I attain the essence of the awakening, is essence of the enlightenment. So I take refuge in the Buddha. Likewise, I take refuge in the Dharma. And in the assemblies, the Bodhisattvas. So this is Buddhist taking refuge. Okay. Now, this morning, first we do this refuge ceremony. Okay. Now, since we have a lot of space, you can do 3 prostration. That's good. To stretch your leg, Oh, say 3 prostration, yeah. To the Buddha and all the Dharma teachings, first, Bodhisattvas. Now sitting, this when you do the ceremony, during the ceremony, you sit like this, you see. Your right knee on the ground, left knee up. I'm sure you have heard of this, And then visualizing, as mentioned, Buddha, Dharma, all the Buddhas, Dharmas, and Bodhisattvas, all this. And we will do the ceremony in Tibetan, but translation is here, as I mentioned, Now, when we do the ceremony, please listen to me, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Please listen, Master, my request. My names are such Carl. Then we follow this. I take refuge in the Buddha until attain the essence of the awakening, enlightenment, Likewise, I take refuge in the Dharma and in the assembly of the Bodhisattvas. Yeah. So this will do is in Tibetan. Okay. Please repeat. Chochuna, Shugbe, Sangyadang, Changju Semba, Tamje, Dhala, Konsoksu, Loben, Dhala, Konsosu, Daming. So it means your name, please. Dishichawa, Changju, Nyingbur, Chigibar, Sangyanamla, Yapsoche, Chodang, Changju, Sembai, Cholang, Deshin, Yapsoche. Okay, now this is the first recitation. Now please make sure we'll do the second time. Reinforce your motivation, taking refuge in the Buddha Dhamma Sangha. So today, in front of these Buddhas, Dharma, Bodhisattvas, I totally to free from samsara, to benefit all sentient beings. I take refuge in them. So please repeat second recitation. Chochuna, Shugbe, Sangyedang, Changju, Semba, Tamje, Dhala, Konsosu, Loben, Dhala, Konsosu, Daming, Nishichawa. Okay, your name? Changju, Nyingbur, Chigibar, Sangyanamla, Gyapsoche, Chodang, Changju, Sembai, Cholang, Deshin Gyapsoche. Now at the end of the third recitation, then you receive refuge ordination, such as you feel in your mind. Now, I totally received the Bodhisattva's way of the refuge ordination. So with this mind, please repeat the third recitation. Chochuna, Shube, Sangyedam, Changju, Semba, Tamje, Dhala, Konsosu, Loben, Dhala, Konsosu, Daming, Dishichawa. Your name? Changju, Nyingburu, Chigibar, Sangye, Namla, Gyapsuche, Chodang, Changju, Sembai, Cholang, Deshin, Gyapsuche. Then when I will say tap, you say lexo, okay? Yeah. This means, yes, when I say tapino means you have received refuge ordination. Then when you say lexo means, yes, I have received refuge ordination. Oh, tayeno. Okay, now please have seated. Yeah. Should say, please be seated. A better English, Okay, so this is first. First, looking at the Buddha as your true teacher means you can take bodhisattvas from here and there, but said if you reflect to Buddha and you take the bodhisattvas vow from Buddha, so definitely you'll receive bodhisattvas vow. From bodhisattvas, this is a great teacher, it's a bodhisattva, I take bodhisattva's vow. Maybe you can receive, maybe not. But if you take from ordinary body person, so you will not receive bodhisattva's vow. Yeah. So it's you have to make sure you take the bodhisattva's vow from the Buddha. So through that, the first preparation, seeing the Buddha as an object where you take the bodhisattva's vow. Now, as mentioned, refuge, so precious. Actually, practice of refuge embodies all the teachings. We don't have this prayer here. In other booklet we have prayers, refuge, it's called the 6. Down to Tukurma, it's called the 6 refuge. All sentient beings, I and all sentient beings take refuge, root in lineage Lama. We take refuge in the mandala, deities of the mandala, or deities of the mandala. We take refuge in all the Buddhas. We take refuge in the Dharma. We take refuge in the Sangha. We take refuge in all the darkness who possess the wisdom eye. So that refuge encompasses all the refuge. And then, Miller ever said one thing, you see. One time, before I should say, Miller ever said, one time a group of students came to Milarepa and requested some teachings. And then Milarepa gave a lot of teachings. And then he gave his refuge. And then all the students there said, oh, so you're practicing refuge. So refuge is all the nature of the meditation practice and includes all the teachings. And Milarepa said, at that time he made a song. I take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha as an outer refuge. I got full satisfaction from this practice. If you go through this, you will get the same benefit. Then he said, I take refuge in the Guru, Lama, Yidam, deities, and Dakinis. This inner refuge. Said, I got full satisfaction from this refuge practice. If you follow this way, you will get the same benefit. And then he said, I take refuge in the chakra channel Bindu as a secret refuge. And if you take refuge in them, you will get the same benefit. So here chakra channel means chakra, as the Dharmakaya. Yeah? And the channel is a Nirmanakaya. The Bindu is the Sambhogakaya. It's you have to communicate that way, Taking refuge in the Buddha is the Buddha Dharmakaya, Buddha Sambhogakaya, Buddha Nirmanakaya. So this. Then he said, I took refuge in the Nangtang, Tongtang, Yermesum. I took refuge in the appearance and emptiness and inseparable of the appearance and emptiness. And this is my ultimate refuge. And as he said, I got complete satisfaction from this. And if you practice this way, you will get the full, complete benefit. You see. So all the Buddha's teachings are within in the refuge. You should understand that. But we follow step by step. See, first is like Dharma. No, just for all the Buddhists, Theravada Buddhists, Mahayana Buddhists, Vajrayana Buddhists, we follow one Buddha, Everyone we follow one Buddha. So you see. So, first we take refuge, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. See. And when you go deeper meaning, then we follow the path. You see, there are 5 paths: path of accumulation, path of preparation, the special insight path, path of meditation, then the path of the perfection or no learning, or profession. Yes, that's good. So that you see, we go step by step. So then, from accumulation path, we don't stay with there. We follow that. Then we go through the preparation. And after preparation path, you follow special insight. So step by step, go higher and higher. You see. So first you study. Study Dharma. Read from books. And listen from teachers. The study. You need real good teachers. Later, your book is your teacher. You read from the book, you meditate, all this. Yeah, after all, you don't need books and a teacher person. And you don't need a person as a teacher. You don't need a book or to remind. You are totally enlightened. See, like Milarepa, he did. First, he attended Marpa as a teacher person. He received all teachings. Then Marpa said, now you go, retreat, don't stay with me. So he separated from his teacher. And he was reading books, reminding. And later, he doesn't have the book either. When I see all these manifestations of the appearance of this, I forgot the writing letters, he said, I don't need this writing because he fully accomplished. As well, also in the Uttara Tantra, Uttara Tantra, the text. Have you heard of that book? Written by Maitreya. The 5 treatises of the Maitreya. Yes, the last one is called Uttara Tantra. Very profound, talks about all about the Buddha nature. So then he said at the end, in the ultimate, so you take refuge in the Buddha Dharmakaya. Ultimate refuge is the Buddha. So Dharmakaya, Buddha, the sage. You have to go. You need to go. Oh, okay. What? Yeah, give her water. Yeah. Okay. So in the Maitreya, in that Uttara Tantra said, ultimate refuge, the Buddha. Buddha is embodiment of Dharma. The ultimate of the Sangha is the Buddha. So a Sangha practitioner, they follow, at the end they become Buddha. So Buddha is the Buddha, Buddha is the Dharma, Buddha is the Sangha. So that's the ultimate refuge. So therefore, what I'm emphasizing is the refuge contains complete Buddha's teaching. So please don't treat, but the refuge is the beginning. And then sometimes you say, I finished my refuge, means now you don't need refuge. Okay? Then you have nothing, Okay. So refuge is very important. Well, always you put emphasis. So that's the refuge. You you receive the refuge ordination, and brief about the refuge explanations and details you can find in the different books, so you can follow that. Now next, what important is the practice of loving kindness and compassion as a cause, as a foundation for bodhicitta. Generally, you see, everybody has loving kindness, compassion. Even small insects, they love their offspring. Like the bird, you look at the bird, how they hatch the eggs. For 20 days, a month, the bird, the mother, they bring all the food, feeding the chicken, out of love. See, everybody survives out of love. When child is born, naturally the mother take care of the child out of love. Look at the fish. I saw some fish, in the mouth. A lot of the fish, small fish going out. When some predator comes, all those coming in the mother's mouth, to protect. You see, it's out of love, protect. How they survive. See, they feel very close to the mother, who take cares. See, these days I've heard the mother go for the work, and then the child, what's called, take care, child setting, So they hire those individuals, they take care of child, and then they take care of child, play with them, or then later, after some time, the child doesn't go with mother, they go with, they take those taking care, So mother feel very upset, So like this, you see, it's out of love, how people feel, It's not just taking care of others, but how much you get benefit. That's the most important point. Here at the beginning, we say the prayer, See, all Mother Session beings, limitless space, especially those enemies who hate me, and the obstructors, those who harm me, and those who create obstacles in my path, in liberation and omniscience. May they experience happiness, is loving kindness. Okay? May they experience happiness, is loving kindness. May they free from suffering, is compassion. And then simply may they attain perfect enlightenment, is bodhicitta. So those who hate you, individuals, you see, at that moment, maybe you cannot help to them. But in your mind, just reflect. May they have all the peace and happiness. May they free from suffering. What that does, it brings total peace in your mind. You see, if we hate those who hate me, and then we suffer. See, then you say all the bad things, may they everything go wrong, they die, may they die. You say all those things, and your mind is malicious mind, and we're suffering so much because the hatred is inside, and that poisons our mind, that poisons our body. You see, instead, say, may they have all the peace and happiness. May they free from suffering. It's the nectar, it's ambrosia. It heals your mind. It heals your body. See? So these prayers are so precious, you see. Just meditate on this. Everybody in the world, there are some ruthless beings. So may they have all the peace and happiness. Just meditate, reflect. And that's the best healing you get. Yeah? Your mind feels lighter, more spacious. Your body feels lighter, more spacious. Just meditate on this. Look at, there are some people who are so much suffering out of hatred, out of attachment, aversion, pride, jealousy. Look at them, how much suffering they have. May they are free from all this suffering. Don't expect anything. Simply, just in your mind, reflect, meditate on this. See? I know you have received lot of these teachings before, but here I'm just asking, just bring into your being, not just in the ear, but in the heart. Your heart dissolve into that loving kindness, compassion. And then it heals yourself. And then sometimes when you are suffering, which I also will talk about, when you are suffering, say, my suffering be substitute all the suffering of the sentient beings. May they free from that all the suffering. And then may they have all the peace and happiness, free from suffering. See, meditate. Just reflect. So first, in this loving kindness, reflect on this. And also you look at, when you actually practice, look at the person who is most close to you, how much you care. And when that individual is your mother or your friend, when that person is happy, how much you feel happy. When that person is smiling at you, how much you feel so appreciative. I'm so appreciative. Today my mother feels so happy. I'm so happy, So if you have a child, so today my child feels so happy, so I'm so happy. or your friends, so my friend feels so happy, so I'm so happy. So start like that. All the others, they need the same kind of peace and happiness. Just meditate. Sometimes you can breathe in all the Buddha's loving kindness into you, inside through your nostril. It pervades your mind and the body. It heals your body. It heals your mind. Meditate, all the Buddha's loving kindness now is within me. And when you feel I have all Buddha's loving kindness within me, and then look at outside all sentient beings, how much they are working hard to achieve peace and happiness. You breathe out to all the sentient beings, and they received your loving kindness to all. And just meditate how they feel all the peace and happiness. So do this practice every day. And this is definitely you achieve the result at that moment. When you have some fear, losing something, what should I do? Stressed, depressed, anything. And when you practice this, that moment the real peace will come out. Without expectation. Don't expect peace will come. But as soon as when you could practice this, the peace is there. It's the immediate result you achieve. It's the cause and result of the embodiment of momentary thought. The cause and result of embodiment of the momentary thought. Like say, as soon as when you have anger, hatred, oh, I hate that person, and your mind is totally suffering. That anger itself is nature of the suffering. And when it takes in your mind, and you are suffering. See, there's no peace, there's no calmness, there's no space. You see, this is a special, Jita Sungku said, you take Kechik Sambe Rangsu. The cause and result of the embodiment of momentary thought. Keep that in the mind. Meditate. Okay. Okay, now we'll make a short break for lunch. Dedication prayers where in this blue booklet there's Jigdish Songkun's dedication prayers. Page where? 17? Okay, 70. Oh, yes, 70. Yes, 70.
Blue Prayer Book, page 70. Glorious, holy, venerable, precious, kind root and lineage lamas, divine assembly of yidams and assembly of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Viras, Virinis, Yoginis, and Dakinis dwelling in the 10 directions. Please hear my prayer. May all the virtues collected in the 3 times by myself and all in samsara and nirvana, and the innate root of virtue, not result in the 8 worldly concerns, the 4 causes of samsara, or ripen as the state of a Shravaka or Pratyeka Buddha. May all mothers, sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me and mine, obstructors who harm, maras who mislead, and hordes of demons, experience happiness, be separated from suffering, and swiftly attain unsurpassed, completely perfected, precious Buddhahood. By the power of this vast root of virtue, may I benefit all beings through my body, speech, and mind. May the afflictions of desire, hatred, ignorance, arrogance, and jealousy not arise in my mind. May concern about fame, reputation, wealth, and honor in this life not arise for even a moment. May my mind stream be moistened by loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta, and through that may I become a spiritual master with good qualities equal to the infinity of space. May I gain the supreme attainment of Mahamudra at the very life. At the time of death, may the suffering of severing the life channel not arise. May I not die with negative thoughts. May I not die confused by wrong view. May I not experience an untimely death. May I die joyfully and happily in the great luminosity of the mind as such and the pervading clarity of Dharmata. May I in any case gain the supreme attainment of Mahamudra at the time of death or in the bardo.
Thank you. Yeah, we can say the short refuge prayer and the 4 immeasurable.
Welcome back. Huge prayer and 4 measurables from the Yellow Prayer Book. Page 4. Until awakening, I take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly. The merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all beings. Until awakening, I take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all beings. Until awakening, I take refuge in the Buddha, Supreme Assembly. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all beings. May all mothers, sentient beings, limitless as space, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May not be separated from happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all mothers, sentient beings, limitless as space, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they not be separated from the happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all mothers, sentient beings, limitless as space, have happiness and the causes of happiness. Be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they not be separated from the happiness that is free from suffering. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion.
Dojo Jabe Lai Du Anajira Dongaja No Dijalamarjiro She So as in Jetam Jolo Juzon to watching Yellow Dozo, Shanam to watching Yellow Dozo, Mutuba watching Juba Ishido Chawa change and love those. Okay. So today we are now on the process of the performing the Bodhisattva's vow ceremony. So there's preparation and preparation, and then actual ceremony and the conclusion. So right now we are touching on the preparation section. So in the preparation there are four four conditions, or there are four topics. First, to whom we are, from whom we are taking the Bodhisattva's vows, is we should see the Buddha. Buddha as the take the Buddha as your root teacher, and from Buddha you take the Bodhisattva's vow. And then second is taking refuge. So in the refuge, I take refuge to Buddha Dhamma Sangha. That also includes the five upasaka or upasikas precept. Upasaka precepts, not taking life, harming others' life, not stealing things from others. Okay. And then, see, not engaging in the sexual misconduct, and not consumption of the drugs or alcohols, which intoxicates. So is the not and then fourth is taking, not telling lie. This four. Then on the addition that, not consumption of the alcohol or the drugs. So these are the five things we should abstain. Because in the world, you see, it's not just a Buddhist thing. Everywhere, all over the world, you see, as I mentioned, they all respect their life. Even small bugs, insects, they appreciate their life, as we do. Life is very precious for individuals. As a human being, for our life, we do anything to protect the life, you see. And then taking things from others without giving, without permission. There's also, you see, in the world, nobody appreciates that. Not just a Buddhist thing. It's there in the world, everywhere. So then, engaging in the sexual misconduct is also a lot of sensitivities there. And then when you're intoxicated, then our mind is lost. Our mind is lost, then we have no sense of right or wrong. So you see, when we abstain from these five non-virtuous activities, we become a trustworthy, better human being, more respectful. And we ourselves also have all the dignities, peace, harmony, When people respect you, you feel good. You're peace. You have the peace, you see. When people say, oh, you are doing this, not good, you are doing that, this is not good, then you feel so in your mind is so disturbed. No peace, you see. So these five things are just to protect yourself and brings the harmony in the society. See? So you see, this goes way back. It's not new thing. If we have enough time, then there's a story. Maybe we should tell us a story. Okay. I think people know this story. It's very popular. There's a drawing, the painting, the elephant. You see, next to a big tree, there's an elephant. Then on the elephant, there's a monkey. On the monkey, there's a rabbit. On the rabbit, there's a bird. So it's called the four harmonious friend. Four harmonious friend, And what happened was it is actually happened in near Varanasi. There's a place called Kashi. Actually, in the way back, looks like Varanasi is part of that Kashi, that dense forest jungle there. So in that area, way back millions of years ago, those four animals. In that area, there was one river, or should say spring water. So the animals are wandering in the forest, and they come to drink. They come there to drink the water. So occasionally they meet this. Then they meet so often, and they become very good friends each other. And then they talked. Oh, we come here, well, we become so good friends. So then, but we don't know who is older, who's younger, And then they said, then how we know, who's older, who's younger. Then the bird said, maybe this tree you can measure. First time when you remember, elephant said, maybe I'm the oldest. Because when I remember, when I come here to drink the water, the tree is my size. So then the monkey said, oh, in that case, I'm older. So I remember first time the tree has few branches, small, but few branches. The rabbit said, oh, in that case, I'm the older, Said, because when the leaves coming out from the sprout, I had the first time, I remember I had one leaf, I eat it. And then the bird said, oh, in that case, I'm the oldest. Because from the tree, I had the fruit. And I took the fruit and eaten. And when I come here to drink the water, I shed here. And from that, the seed went under the ground and grow this tree. So that's, you see, first the elephant, then the monkey, then the rabbit, then the bird, So then they respect each other, so, they lived so harmoniously, so friendly, they're so kind to each other. And the bird said, oh, now we have been so wonderful, for many years, so good life, so peaceful. But the bird said, maybe we'll take these 5 precepts. So the bird gave the idea. So then they discuss about this. What is that about? So then the bird explained of this. That's very good idea, It makes better, with more understanding how to do things right. Then after some time, or after many years, then the bird said, what? I was okay. You see, So now we should share this not only ourselves, not just only help ourselves, to others. All the animals in this forest, elephant, you should help share this to all those who has fangs, tigers, all those, and I will take care of all the birds. So the monkey and the rabbit, we should all share this. So they did that. Then after some years, the whole country, this whole that area country, the rain falls in the right time. Crops grow so well. And there's no sickness, no famines. And the people in that all countries they lived so peacefully, joyfully, because everything's going so well. And then they are thinking, why we are having such a wonderful time. The king was thinking, because I rule the country, for my people with respect, because of that. And the people are thinking, oh no, it is happening because we people respect the king. And all the ministers, they are thinking, oh, we serve the country, serve the king, because of this. So individually, they are thinking about all this. Then there was a great meditator in the mountain. And then somebody asked about these things to the meditator. So this guy Rishi, meditator, said, it's none of yours things that you are thinking about. Said in this country there's 4 animals. They are doing these things. They are keeping these 5 precepts. They live so peacefully. Not only themselves, but they shared all the animals in this whole forest. So because of this, now this is happening. So all the kings, the queen, ministers, people are so inspired by this. And they took this 5 precept, everybody. So things became more better, peaceful. There was no flood, no earthquake, no. And as mentioned, rain falls on time. The harvest is so good, everything so good. And then when they die, when they die, they are all born in 33 God realms. You know that? It's called 33 God realms. Sumjutasum. And then this Gyaltsen, Oshika, Indra, the king of that area, the god. He was so many gods are now coming more and more that area. So he was looking, why all the gods are coming from? And he noticed there's in the world, people kept these 5 precepts. And because of that, they are reborn in the God realm. And then he prays, oh, what a wonderful, keeping these all precepts. And the result is so wonderful. So you see, if we introduce this to people in different places, things will be much better. But nowadays, these all are distorted. No, they are defected, So otherwise, like in the family, when they keep these 5 precepts, the family is so peaceful. No, and as a small group, when they keep this, it's all peaceful, harmony. No, even you just keep yourself, you feel peaceful. No? So that's what say. So take refuge in Buddha Dhamma Sangha and keep these 5 precepts. So then things will be much better. So for this, even in the relative life, in the samsara, we get so much benefit on these things. See? So these are the benefit of the taking refuge and taking the 5 keeping the 5 precepts, all these. Then next, I was talking about explaining about the loving kindness, compassion. The text here we have this, you see, page 5, you see, all Mother sentient beings, which I'm explaining, limitless as a space, have happiness. First, happiness is the result. Everybody prays, may I be happy, may you be happy, but they never pray. They may have the cause of their happiness. See, may I have a long life, good health, but we never pray, may I have the cause of long life. May I have the cause of good, long life. See? So now next he's saying, see, happiness and the causes of happiness. What are the causes of happiness? Just I mentioned the 5 precepts, the 10 virtues. These are more important. See? Sometimes I'm sure you know more. Do you know more? More. You do more? Oh, yeah, definition. So, you ask more? Yeah, you ask more. A lot of monks will tell you, the monks tell you, do this Dharma practice. That they will tell you, so maybe do this prayer, this ceremony, maybe send some money to the monastery, say like Tara's prayer or Dhamma Protector's prayer. Monk will never tell you, practice the 10 virtues. Okay? Have you heard of that, Tine? You never heard of. And the monk will never tell you, avoid the 10 non-virtues. See? Just contemplate really more carefully. All these obstacles, things comes out of cause. The cause what we created, good or bad. So always encourage, avoid the 10 non-virtues. And the more never will tell you, practice bodhicitta. You see, the more never, I haven't heard, more never tell you practice loving kindness and compassion, you see. So chant this, the mantra, say, maybe it's 100,000 mantra, you can accumulate, and there's some, they say, do some good things. So you see, if you practice, you see, keep these 5 precepts and practice the loving kindness, just keep in the mind, may all be happy. As this morning I mentioned, the person who gives me the hard time, difficult time, you feel so uncomfortable, you see. So when you see that such person, instead of you hate, instead of you just say, no, that person have all the misfortune, instead of feeling of that, may that person have all the peace, happiness. may that person change their mind from bad to good mind, just you wish, so that person will have peace, happiness. So at that moment, you just have that, you yourself, your mind has such great peace. The result is there in that moment. We don't have to expect that future something will happen. At that moment, you have the peace. You have the joy. So pray to both, you see, may there be have happiness and the causes of happiness. So causes of happiness, avoiding 10 non-virtues and practicing 10 virtues, and also loving kindness, compassion, bodhicitta, the practice of 6 paramitas. These all are cause for happiness now in the future. See, it heals our mind, it heals our body. You just when you breathe in, as I was just mentioning, you breathe in loving kindness of all the Buddhas into you. And just say, may my mind be moistened by the loving kindness. See? And at that moment, we have the peace, the joy. It is not a mysterious thing. There's nothing to expect. As soon as we made that practice in the mind, this is called practice. Bring that practice in the mind. And then just, all the negative thoughts are dissolved there. Your hatred is dissolved. Your attachment is dissolved there. Your ego is dissolved there. And you feel flexible, Otherwise, very arrogant. No flexibilities there. So this was called practice of loving kindness. Yeah. And there are many. So now there are also, if you practice loving kindness in the Jewel Ornament of Liberation in the book Kapupa mentioned, there's a story. That's called King Bala, Mitri Bala, the power of loving kindness. It's also happened way back. There was a country in India. Then in that country, their king was there. One time, there's 5 yakshas. 5 yakshas means who spells all the different sickness, pandemic. So when there's a spell, pandemics, and people die, and they suck the blood. So one time that 5 yakshas came, and they spelled sickness in the country. Then king he felt so bad. All the people in my country, many are sick. What should I do? How I can help the people there? So finally he realized, the only way to help is practice of loving kindness. Because he himself practiced that. So then all the ministers, governors, or what you call, he brought to his kingdom, palace, and then he discussed with all those members. Now our country is facing big problem. My people are sick. Now I think this is what I feel. we should practice loving kindness. So he gave instruction to all those ministers. We should do this, practice this way. Bring the mind into the mind, loving kindness. Example of, as I mentioned this morning, the person who's most close to you, how you care, how much you want to help when that person is going through difficult. So that kind of individual. So all the people in the country, they are all same. One family, one member. So he taught all the ministers how to practice loving kindness. So then he said, all the ministers, now you go to all your places, and teach all the people about this. So they all went, and they talked as the king advised and taught them. Then day after day, they practice every day this practice. Then 5 days, 10 days, 20 days. Then the pandemic become less. And after all people are free from sickness, pandemic. See? All those 5 yakshas, they have no food to eat, no blood to drink. So they came to the kingdom, to the king. So we are facing so difficulties. For many days we have no food. We need food. Then the king told his attendants, yes, that's right, you give them what they want, what they need, And then when they went, what do you want? They said, we want to eat flesh, drink blood. So then those attendants went to the king. So they're asking this, what we should do? Then the king was thinking, what should I do? I have to help them. But if I kill somebody else for them, what's the benefit? You help them and you kill somebody else. So what's the use? So he was thinking of the solution. And after some time, he got idea, I should give my body to this. So he cut his flesh and bleed and asked him to drink. And then these 5 yakshas were so moved. The king was real king, taking care of the people. We shouldn't be so selfish now. We have to respect the king. Because he's taking care of all the people in the country, whole their country. Now they are taking care of us. We are eating others' flesh, not good. We should also abstain from this. So they discussed themselves. And then they said, now we really respect you. You are doing sincerely to help others. You are not just ruling the country with the authority, but you are serving the people. So from this, we understand you will accumulate great merit, immense of merit. So by the power of this merit, one day you will become Buddha, enlightened. So please help us to free from samsara. And the king was very happy, very pleased. They understood that what king was doing, helping people. The king said, yes, I understand. I'm so happy you are understanding. No. Yes, definitely, the king said, I'm doing this to help all the people in the country. No. Eventually, then, when everything's come together, I will become Buddha by these practices. So this time, I gave you my flesh and blood. So when I'm enlightened, when I'll be enlightened, then I will give you the wisdom to free from samsara. So that's when Buddha attained Buddhahood, the first 5 disciples were the rebirth, reincarnation of those 5 yakshas, you see. So there's a practice of loving kindness, you see. So this practice you can do, anybody, you see, loving kindness. Buddhist, non-Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, Hindu, no. This is not against of any their belief. Whereas you say, chant this mantra, only few group, and not many do that, Otherwise, sometimes you have heard of, so chant this mantra, says this will help, This practice, you just sit in the morning at your cushion, meditate. May everybody have peace and causes of peace and happiness. See? And you feel yourself, as I mentioned, unconfined mind. Mind become free, spacious. Then next here we have that, see, may they be free from suffering and causes of suffering. This is a practice of compassion. Now, the difference of loving kindness and compassion is this. May they be free from suffering and causes of suffering. At this morning I mentioned, suffering, how suffering, contemplating on the suffering, how much we get help. Look at this, just meditate. There's so many are suffering. Look at all those animals, the wild animals, the domestic animals, the fish, the birds. Everyone is suffering so much. Wish everybody have all are free from suffering. And those animals are so stupid, they don't know what the cause of suffering. Develop greater suffering. And practicing loving kindness, compassion, estimation purifies a lot of our negative karma, obscurations. Just say, Buddha Maitreya. When Asanga was in the Nalanda University, he was studying all those Buddha sutras, especially Paramita sutras. There's so much, volumes and volumes and volumes, and he had no understanding how to organize all this. So you need such as Yidam, deities who help you, who can help you all put together. So he received empowerment, and then with the Maitreya, he got the instruction how to practice Buddha Maitreya, so that he can understand the practice of the Paramita. But he has to see Buddha Maitreya, To see, have to practice, go to retreat. So then he went to retreat for 3 years, first 3 years. And he hasn't seen Buddha, Maitreya. And then when he's coming out from the cave, and from the cave he saw water dripping from the top to the down. And the water made a hole on the rock. Oh, they said, 3 years, nothing. If I practice more, I'm sure I will see Buddha Maitreya. Even the water dropping on the rock can make a hole, So then he went back 3 years. And he haven't seen. And after this is 6th year, he disappointed coming out. And looked back. On the top of the rock, there's a pigeon nest. The pigeons in the morning going out, in the evening coming back. From the pigeon's feather, the rock becomes so smooth. You notice that, So he said, the rock is so hard. The pigeon's feather is very soft. But when time goes, this can happen. He said, I'm sure if I practice Maitreya, I will see. So he went back. So now 9 years, nothing happened. And he was very disappointed. He come out. He left the retreat. Just walked through the street, road. And there was an old man roadside, just sitting there, wrapping a piece of metal, bar of metal, with a cotton, He's just wrapping, cleaning. And he was wondering what he's doing, this old man. And he said, I want to make a needle from this bar. So that's very strange, the old man, so old. And then from a piece of cotton, he was wrapping the metal and want to make a needle, How that's possible? The old man said, if you work hard, anything is possible. No, but you need the courage. When you heard that, I must go back, Even this old man has that kind of determination, unflinching devotion. I must go back. So he went there, 12 years now, nothing happened. Then he was totally disappointed. Now, this life, not possible to see Maitreya. So he left, without looking anywhere, just straight to the village. Just before reaching to the village, there was a dog full of maggots in the body and barking at him helplessly. And then the dogs, his attention just come to the dog. This dog, even though it's full of maggots, full of pain, but still barking helplessly. Why? So see, the anger doesn't allow your suffering. Still, the anger push you to bark. Then he contemplated more, meditated. So all the sentient beings, the samsara, is like this. So then such a powerful compassion rose in his mind. Because the dog was so much suffering, but still the anger doesn't allow to experience this suffering and stay there, but barking, just I must help the dog. So his compassion becomes so powerful. So there's no fear, no doubt. I have to help to get rid of all the maggots from the dog. But then you see, if you get rid of all the maggots, it helps the dog. And now all the maggots they should eat. They have no food. They will die on the ground. So that doesn't help. Doesn't solve the problem. So now he was thinking, what should I do? So finally he realized, I should cut a piece of my flesh. So he cut his own flesh, lay out on the ground, and then close his eyes because he could not look at the maggots of, He closed his eyes and then just to take all the maggots from the dog. And then when his hand was reaching to the dog, and his hand reached on the ground, and opened his eyes, there was no dog. And there's a Buddha, Maitreya is there. Oh, with the light, the light full of major manor marks, all this. Then Sasanga was so emotional because he went to retreat for 12 years. And he said, where was your compassion? I went to retreat for 12 years. How much I suffer. So tears come in his eyes and shouting, lamenting. You know how much I went all the suffering. Where you were resting, And Maitreya said, I was there the first day when you came to the cave, in the cave. If you don't believe, just look at this. I did. No? And he just gave one example. Even though the ambrosia of the rain falls on the ground, if the seed is rotten, nothing can grow. This time, now you see me, because of you develop such a great compassion, unmoving compassion, that all the obscurations that you have, which create the obstacle to see me, is purified by your great compassion. That's where now you see. Otherwise, I was always with you. It's your obscurations that didn't allow you to see me. If you don't believe me, Maitreya said, you just put me on your shoulder and go to the village and tell all the people there, everybody should come. Maitreya is on my shoulder. And see what they say. And Asanga, yes, I want to do that. So he took Maitreya on his shoulder and went to the village, and he shouted, all the people in the village come to see Maitreya is here, And people came round, and they don't see. They didn't see Maitreya. And they hear Asanga was shouting. And they said, Asanga was in the retreat for 12 years. Now he's become crazy, So one old woman saw a dog on his shoulder. That's it, So then Maitreya said, no, you see, you understand my point. Then Maitreya said, as Asanka said, yes, I agree, I accept. No? So see, practice of compassion purifies lot of obscurations in our mind. Practice of loving kindness, such a beautiful practice to purify obscurations. As I mentioned, as soon as you practice that, you just see all your negatives, this attachment, anger, aversion, this just dissipates. See, that itself is a purification. And also Lord Jigten, when he was also that, he was 7 years in the retreat, at the last stage, then he got sick, leprosy. And there's no one with him. So, would you like a medicine? No. There's only one old mother there serving him just food. Otherwise, nothing. So then he said he was depressed. I'm such a great practitioner. I got sick, this kind of sickness. Oh. It's bad name for my teacher, who's very famous. Is one of his top disciples, like me. I got sick this way. It's not good. But then he looked at all the sentient beings in the samsara, how they're suffering. So then he got courage. Even I die from this sickness, but still I have a confidence to free from samsara. But what about all the sentient beings in the samsara? They don't have this kind of instruction, teaching. Then compassion rose in his mind. There was a Chandrasekhar statue which is blessed by his teacher many times, and he did prostration. And just then, the tears coming on his eyes, cannot stop. Compassion was so powerful. Then you see, it was in the winter, but the snake, you said the leprosy is caused by the snake, The snake just ran away. And within a day or so, he was free from all the sickness. And he was enlightened totally when he was 35. That's how he became Lord Jigten Sumgun. He just said the song, there's a song written that moment, Within a few days, he said, I dispel all my obscurations. I realized the nature of the interdependence. The treasure of the Vajrayana is the profound treasury of the Vajrayana is opened. My meditation of the post and equipoise, now there's no difference. Now I achieved enlightenment. You see, so we should practice loving kindness, compassion. See, so especially these days when life is busy, you don't have time to meditate quite long, but you just do this practice in the morning, in the evening, anywhere, at your work, at the airport, at the bus station, at the train station, while you're driving. Sometimes there's traffic, a lot of traffic. The people are suffering there so much. That time you can practice loving kindness, compassion. Instead we are frustrated, stressed. So this is the time I can practice, you see. You can practice this anywhere, everywhere. So this is canon. May they be free from suffering and causes of suffering. May all the negative minds be purified. May they have all the peace, happiness, free from suffering. And may they be separated from may they not be separated from the happiness that is free from sorrow. This is the feeling of joy, is called rejoicing of their peace and happiness. Oh, I'm so happy I'm happy to see they are so happy. May they not be separated from that happiness, joy. Instead of being jealous, especially those people you don't like, when they are successful, they're enjoying their life, you should rejoice. It's very good. Otherwise, it's difficult. You feel jealous, How they deserve this so they are so successful, So these are such a powerful teaching, practice. Even when you die, at the time of death, you die. Loving kindness, may everybody be have peace, happiness. May they have all the cause of happiness. You die with that mind. That's the best way to die. Or may they free from all the suffering and the causes of suffering. You die. No, there's a lot of, part of teachings, you see. You have heard of so many part of this, it is part of that, part of the part of birth and death, part of this existence, part of the Dharmakaya, and this, all there. When you're full of pain, how you can meditate on those things, When the pain is excruciating your being. Instead, you can do this, I have pain, I have so much suffering. This suffering may purify the suffering of all sentient beings. My suffering that I have is sufficient, enough, that all sentient beings to free from that suffering. We have the pain, no choice, So that time, instead of losing your awareness, just meditate on that. May everybody free from this kind of suffering. If you die with this motivation, with this meditative state, your birth will be much better. It's a transition from this life next, Of course, I'm not saying don't do other things. Those, if that help you, of course you should do that, But we as ordinary, like when you look, my mind, when there's some difficult comes, very, very difficult into my mind, I pull my mind from the wrong direction, and it's very difficult to pull, It is, the habit is so strong. The habitual tendency of my mind is so strong, it doesn't give me freedom. It just takes away my all attention. So at that time, suffering that I have, my mind, the suffering that I have, be enough to substitute all the suffering of the sentient beings. May everybody free from suffering and just meditate. That much we can do. And that's very good, In the morning you wake up, Just reflect on this. When you go to sleep with this. You go to sleep, may everybody have all the happiness. May everybody free from suffering. May they achieve enlightenment with this mind. Just go to sleep. Okay? Then mind is now practicing this more and more. Then they said, may they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. You see, this means the loving kindness that we are practicing is to everybody, without discrimination. He says, free from attachment and aversion. See, attachment, those we love, our families. Aversion, those enemies who hate you. It doesn't mean there's a friend who hate you, but in your mind you practice, as I have such a concern, my family, their well-beings, so that mind should pervade to all the sentient beings. May everyone have all this kind of peace and happiness that you can do in the mind. You sit where you are, you just meditate. Physically it may be difficult, but at least first you start in the mind. So, just meditate in the mind. The person who hates me, that person desires for peace and happiness. That person doesn't desire for suffering. So because of that, here I practice that person have all the peace and happiness. May the suffering of that person be free from that. Just meditate. That's the Dharma practice. That's what Buddha taught. And Buddha himself went through this practice. Life after life, life after life, you see. We should be habituated in this way. Up to now, we have the wrong kind of habit. All the habits of the suffering manifest effortlessly, and we suffer. So look at the people in the world, they're suffering so much, you see. You should just go how they are suffering. No? They're suffering from what? You just look at. You get get more understanding, investigate, you get the more information. All the suffering there out of anger, out of attachment. Out of the ego. Let's say, when this comes, you see, when we talk about this, discuss on this, some people get some, they ask some questions, When you say take care of your enemies and all this means, and the equanimity, that means you don't care your family, your loved ones, No, you should understand carefully. You take care of your family because this is the most close to you. But take care without attachment. See, attachment means being selfish. So, for your own, I want this, I attach this. Release your attachment to yourself, but you take care of others. People next to you. You just help what they need. Do things what you can. Without expectation. When you do with attachment, you have high expectation. I do this and how much they will give me. There's expectation. So release expectation. Just do your best. Like a mother, take care of the children. Mother has such care to children, their well-beings. First they are raising the child, then they're going to school. The mother gives all the advice. Do this, you do this, give all the advice. And the children are sometimes not so easy. They don't do. Because mother has such great expectation. Because I want my child the best in the school. And then when the child not doing so good enough, and then the mother is so angry, upset. You're not doing what I'm telling you, I don't like this, Then the children and the mother, they fight. Father, mother, they fight, So I say, instead this, as you have the responsibility, you try to help. You give all the advices, what you have, all the support that you can give, just give, but without expectation. When you do this without expectation, you don't fight. And your relation will be very good, stable. And then children, if they are, mostly they will appreciate the father, the mother, they appreciate. See, they will listen more. See, with attachment, the relation becomes so tense, difficult. See, because I did that one time. I have a relative in Switzerland. I have a niece. She has few children. So she said, I worry about them so much, she said, they are not listening what I said. And then, difficult, And I said, I told her, you just say things what you want to say. Give the advice, and help them, support them, and then let them do what they want. You cannot control them. Don't expect. No. Don't expect they will listen all what you said. But it's your responsibility to give all the advices you have to give. So after a year, when I returned there, and she said, that's the best advice that I received, she said. That helped, at least first in my mind, she said. It gave me such a peace in my mind. Because I care my children so much. But when they don't do, then it gives me pain in my heart, she said. Suffering so much. But when you said that, I have no pain. So I gave all the advices so that I have, and then I just let them do what they want. And they said, now we have very good connection each other. So this is what he is here with saying, Buddha saying. Free from attachment, free from hatred, aversion, and just develop loving kindness, compassion to all the sentient beings. You just meditate. It's the practice you see. I'm sure you have heard of this so many many times from many great teachers, and you read many books about these things because it's so common. We say these prayers, but there's some clarification. It helps. From there, you also get understanding of the emptiness. Emptiness is equanimity. No attachment. No attachment. No aversion. See how to relax the mind in that equanimity. Okay. Now, in front of the Buddha, that you have visualized this morning, I ask, visualize Buddha, Shakyamuni, as your root guru, taking refuge, and root guru, refuge, and this. First of all, if I forget, the four of them here. First, you see, first loving kindness. Second is compassion. Third is joy, rejoicing. The fourth is practice of equanimity. It's called four immeasurable. You have heard of four immeasurable practice. But this four immeasurable practice can include into two, loving kindness and compassion. The last two, the joy and equanimity, that you can include in the practice of loving kindness. So loving kindness and compassion, those two, if you practice that, these all are there. Okay? Now in front of the Buddha, now we say this 3 times. Okay, now can you lead this chanting? Slowly, slowly. So you can contemplate and meditate, you see, and your mind just be into that, see. Page 5.
So the four immeasurables. May all mother sentient beings, limitless as space, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they not be separated from happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all mother sentient beings, limitless as space, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they not be separated from the happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all mother sentient beings, limitless as space, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they not be separated from the happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion.
Thank you. Okay, let me see here. Now then next, the fourth is accumulating great, accumulating or gathering the great accumulations. So bodhicitta is such a precious. Sometimes we cannot digest bodhicitta. Difficult to cultivate bodhicitta. So we need a lot of support. As I mentioned, first taking refuge in Buddha Dhamma Sangha. Then they practice the 4 immeasurable prayers, practice those. And then next is called the 4 branches of the prayers. Let me see. 7 branches of the mantra that call Sakama. Okay. We don't have this, maybe. Here in this page, look, please see this, the green of the book at the page 53, and the number 7. You see the 7? Yeah, number 7. Dedication. You see the dedication? Yeah, there. Here you see, so, may whatever small amount of virtue I may have gained from prostration, or prostrating, offerings, confessing, rejoicing, and so this beseeching and dedication, etiquette to attain the perfect enlightenment. Chanza Wadam, Chujing, yes, yes, my prostration, offerings, confessing, rejoicing, beseeching. Chanza, Chujing, Shakpata. I think there's Chujing Shakpata. Jesu Yera, Gurshin, Solwai. There's missing one. Beseeching. And there's missing one to turn the wheel of Dharma. In that missing here. Beseeching not to take parinirvana. Before that, requesting the Dharma teachings, and then beseeching no take parinirvana, and then dedication. So there are the 7. It's called the 7 branches. So we need the 7 branches. So these are from the first to the 7. Here, all there. Okay. So here, just I will explain a little bit about this. These are way how to gather great accumulations. First, as I mentioned, you visualize the Buddha, Bodhisattvas all in front of you. Chansawa. And doing the frustrations. Okay. Physical, mentally, basically frustration means respecting, paying homage with the devotion. Then you make offerings. You just meditate whole universe, bring into your mind. Those which are belong to you, those who not belong to you, but whole universe, just make offering to the Buddhas with such a devotion, with such a high respect, just including your body, speech, and mind. I belong to you. You please take it. I make offering to you. As many as the dust particle of the universe, everything is just offered to Buddhas, Bodhisattvas. Second. And then next, confessing all the non-virtues that we have accumulated, not just only this life, for many lifetimes. Not only yours, but also all sentient beings. Because we, all sentient beings, have the mind of the 3 poisons, or 5 poisons, jealous, pride, all these things, and negative karmas we have created from these. Everything you just purify in front of Buddha, because they are no longer good. They are only cause of suffering. See, this is one of the most important practices we need to pay attention. Suffering from outside, is occasionally like disasters, floods, or earthquakes. Occasionally. But suffering within is 24 hours. Because of these 5 poisons, we just suffer constantly, one after another. So we purify them. So, we should understand this, you see. We are born, then we are growing, then we age, then we get sick, finally we die. Physically, it is physical, But these poisons, they never age. You see, understand that? They never get old. Our physical becomes so old, incapable. They are so fresh. We physically get sick. They never get sick. Then finally we die physically, but they go with us life after life, life after life. So only the Dharma, Buddha's wisdom, help us to purify. You see, this is why we're practicing Dharma. You see, not something special thing, a culture, Buddhism, something. It's not that. Actually, this for every sentient beings. But only we few get the opportunity to study, practice. You see. Sometimes we don't pay attention on this. We are so caught up with our threat systems. Or they believe this, this scholars explain this way, this scholar explain that way, and this is very impressive, this way, they're so sharp in that way. We discuss all about those things, but never pay attention. These are mental afflictions. That's a weakness of our practice. Our great teachers, past like Mirarep and those great teachers, they explain all those things. But now they know so much. They will present so many practices, but never give you how to eliminate, reduce these mental afflictions. You do this practice, you will get this, that, See. So here we have to pay attention. Why we are confessing? We have the Buddha nature. No. The Buddha nature is the root cause of our enlightenment. It's effulgence. But with that, these mental afflictions come together, and they manifest, they hide the Buddha nature. Then they come very vividly, active. They are so active, and then they give us all the suffering. Nobody can throw us in the hell realm, but they can. You see? So Milarepa said one time, he was meditating in the mountain. Then demons, those are coming, throwing rocks on him, all this. And then Milarepa said, you go ahead. At most, if you're most powerful, you can just take this life, but you cannot throw me in the hell realm. But these negative emotions, glaciers, they can throw us in the hell realm. Holy Ghost. Even this life makes you miserable. And we suffer for no purpose. That's within us. They are with us for 24 hours, day and night. So Dharma, that Buddha taught, the wisdom, that's the one gives us opportunity to see them. Otherwise, nobody sees this. In the world, if you tell them you have to purify these five poisons, they think you are crazy because they think it's normal. No, it's normal. Everybody has it. But oh, this who breaks the law? Who breaks the law? They are the one. But when they break the law, they put you in the jail. But not these negative emotions, They put jail this body, physical body. See? So people are so stupid, so ignorant. So Dharma that we're studying, practicing is for that. See? Just wherever you are, reflect on this. We have to always be mindful how to counteract these mental afflictions. Sometimes we say Dharma practice, that people come, and a lot of people came. They come. After something, they disappear, because they say Dharma is so difficult. First, when they listen, oh, Dharma is so beautiful, it makes sense, I like Dharma, After some time, you derail, off the track, disappear. Because these mental afflictions are difficult to handle. So the Dharma practice is so difficult. It's not the Dharma practice is difficult. These mental afflictions are difficult to handle. So when you know these things well enough, you never give up the Dharma practice. Because as I mentioned this morning, there's no alternative. You have to just follow with that. So that's what we just call confession. Confession means just purify. I'm sure you have received the Vajrasattva's empowerment. How many Vajrasattva's empowerment? How many times? Can you count? 5 times, 10 times. There's a story, owl, the bird owl. There's called the owl. The owl face is round, and then his ear has a feather, furs, and his eyes are little yellowish, and his leg is a little, what do you call, little, there's no oily, it's called little dry, dry, and then somebody asks, where your head is so flat. Somebody asked him, The owl said, oh, my head is become so flat because I received so many empowerments. Every time you the base is put on your head, you see, base, no. You just go there and receive drop of water, And she said, wait, you have a force in your ears, the feather inside. Because I haven't heard of any Dharma words. And he said, where your eyes is so yellow, because I eat a lot of greasy food. Then why your leg, your feet is so dry, because I haven't seen any fats, any grease, any oil, to apply, It's called the owls contradict history, the story. So like that, we receive so many empowerments, and Vajrasattva, especially you receive so many empowerments of Vajrasattva, And I'm sure when you receive those empowerment, then their teachings, the Vajrasattva practice their 4 powers. You have it up, you see. The power of number Sunjipa. What's the first? Support. Not reliance. Number Sunjipa. The power of the feeling of remorse. First power of the remorse. This is very important. Because when you have the power of the remorse, then all the rest will come. It's all the negative karmas that we have created, all the mental afflictions that we have, these are nothing but only cause of suffering. And I created those for no purpose. So that 4 powers, explained in the Jewel Ornament of Liberation so beautifully. You read that book. First, how we create negative karma. Before that, you say, here's Kampopa mentioned, the mind is the boss. Our mind is the boss. Body and speech are the servant of the boss. They follow what the mind says. Now we create negative karma for ourselves to accumulate wealth, to protect myself, to protect my people I love, to protect my fame, reputation. If somebody is trying to destroy my reputation, we just go there, to protect. So for this purpose, we create negative karma. When we die, we leave everything behind. This body we leave behind. The wealth we leave behind. The fame we leave behind. The karma that we've created will follow life after life. So what's the purpose? So there's a feeling of remorse for no benefit. No real benefit for myself and for my family and for anybody. I created this all negativities. So I purify remorse, feeling of regret. And the next power will come to reverse the negativities that we have done, Nyimbo, not committing again. I will never commit again because that's not good. And then power of the antidote, all the practices. And then fourth, you said, power of the reliance, refuge. This bodhicitta is one of them. Very powerful. King Ajudashatra, the Bimbisara's son, Ajudashatra, he committed 5 heinous crimes. By practicing bodhicitta, he achieved 8 bhumi, because he purified all those negativities. He said, not just only my negative action, but all the sentient beings' negative actions, their wrongdoing, I purify today in front of the Buddha. And Buddha was so pleased. So you have done well. Not only yours, but all the sentient beings. This way should be done. See, so this confessing, you see, rejoice. Next, all the activities of Bodhisattvas, anybody doing something good, you always rejoice. It's the total, direct counteract of the jealous. To get rid of all the jealous. Jealous is very painful. People, somebody you don't like, if they are successful, you are full of feeling jealous, and you have pain in the heart, but not good, no benefit. It will only cause you suffering. Instead, you rejoice. Oh, I'm so happy they are successful. I rejoice. You feel peace. You see, rejoicing. Chanzawada, Chujing, Shapatam, Juzira, Kushing. Then, see, look at all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, please turn the wheel of the Dharma. Dharma is the wisdom. The wisdom that helps us to free from samsara, to cut all the root cause of suffering. So please turn the wheel of the Dharma. So requesting. And there are many Buddhas who are now preparing, taking parinirvana. You just request, please stay with us until the end of the samsara. Sixth, the last one, dedication. Then all the virtues that you have accumulated, you just dedicate to free all sentient beings from samsara, attain Buddhahood. Don't say dedication. You go to temple, burn a candle. May I have a good life. May I have a long life. May my business be successful, We do all these prayers, in Asia. In Asia, it's so common. They go to temple, burn a chops and the incense, candle, and they say these prayers, So my family is such going to such so may not have obstacles. May their journey be no harm, no obstacles. May their business be successful. May somebody is sick, so please give me some blessings so that may free from sickness. And may I have it now. I'm feeling of this sick, so may I free from this sickness, This is very common. In the Buddhist world, we go to temple, we say these prayers. So instead of that, may everybody free from samsara and achieve enlightenment. See? That's why these dedication prayers that we are saying that, in this, it's written by Jigta Songkhun. See, you look at this, the prayer is that dedication prayer by Jigta Songkhun is so powerful, you see. Okay, so we, first we say this prayer from page 52 to up to the 7th, okay, up to 7th.
Okay, in the Blue Prayer Book on page 52, the beginning of the King of Noble Prayers.
Page 52 to page 53 up to the 7th. Oh?
Arya Bhadra Charya Pradin Raja.
I cannot see my eyes enough. My aging eyes. Yeah. Arya. So Arya Bhadra Karya Charya. Here we say Karya Charya. Charya Prani Dana Raja. So translation, he mentioned the king of the noble prayers. Okay.
Homage to the ever youthful Manjushri. With purity of body, speech, and mind, I bow to all the heroic Buddhas of the past, present, and future, without exception, in every world and all the 10 directions. By the power of this aspiration of Samantabhadra, I bow with as many bodies as there are atoms in the world to all those victorious Buddhas manifest in my mind, and I pay homage to all of them. I conceive the entire realm of truth to be completely filled with enlightened ones. On each atom, I imagine there to be as many Buddhas as atoms in the world, each Buddha surrounded by many bodhisattvas. I honor all these blissful lords, praising their perfections with all the sounds of various melodies, an ocean of endless praise. I offer to those heroic Buddhas the finest flowers, garlands, music, and ointments, excellent canopies, choice lamps, and the best incense. I offer as well to those victorious ones the finest array of all excellent things, the finest robes and fragrances, and heaps of sweet-smelling powders as high as Mount Meru. By the power of my faith in the deeds of Samantabhadra, I prostrate and present vast and unequaled offerings to each of the victorious Buddhas. I confess every type of wrong that I have done in thought, word, or deed while influenced by desire, anger, and ignorance. I rejoice in the meritorious deeds of all the Buddhas, as well as those performed by the Bodhisattvas, Pratyeka Buddhas, Arhats, those who are in the path of training, those who need no more training, and by all sentient beings in the 10 directions. I entreat the enlightened protectors who have attained the detachment of Buddhahood and illuminate the worlds of the 10 directions to turn the peerless wheel of Dharma. With folded hands, I beseech those who intend to manifest the final nirvana to remain for as many eons as there are atoms in all the worlds, for the benefit and happiness of all living beings. May whatever small amount of virtue I may have gained from prostrating, offering, confessing, rejoicing, requesting, and beseeching be dedicated to attainment of perfect enlightenment.
Thank you. Okay. You want to have a short break? Okay. Om Banza Sato Samaya, Mano Balaya, Banza Sato Tenoba, Tija Detu Membawa, Sutukai. Subukaya Membawa, Anorato Membawa, Sarvasit. Om Banza Sato Samaya, Mano Balaya, Banza Sato Tenoba, Tija Detu Membawa. Sudo kayo membawa, subu kayo membawa, anoratom, sarva sete me prayasa, sarva karma suza me, zetan shriya kuru hung, ha 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 hum. Sarva tata gata bandra mame manta barze bawa ma samaya sato a. Om bandra sato samaya, mano balaya, bandra sato ten. Tishran Tetro Membawa, Suto Kayo Membawa, Subu Kayo, Anorato Membawa, Sarva Sete Me Prayasa, Sawa Karma Susa Me, Chetan Shriya Guru, Ha 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 Ho, Bhagavana, Sarva Tata Gata, Petra Mami, Ma Samaya Sato, Om Bhadra Sato Samaya, Mano Bala, Badra Sato Teno Ba, Tishran Tetro Membawa, Sutu Kayo Mem, Subu Kayo Membawa, Anorato Membawa, Sarva Siddhi Mem, Sarva Karma Susa Me, Chetana Shriya Kuru Hung Ha Om, Sarva Tatangata Badra Mame, Maza Barze Bawa, Ma Samaya Sato, Okay. So we are in this taking the Bodhisattva's vow. It's a mention the preparation. First one is Buddha, taking Buddha as your root guru, and then in front of that Buddha and surrounded by all the Buddhas of the past, present, future, and great Bodhisattvas. Then you take refuge in them. See. And next, third is practicing the four immeasurable, the immeasurable of the loving kindness. Immeasurable means session means countless. So focusing to all the sentient beings without exception, that you want them all the peace and happiness, and you want them to free from all the suffering. And when they are happy, you rejoice. Everybody who has happiness, you rejoice. And practice these without any bias, without attachment, aversion. To all, you practice equally to everybody. So this is called practicing of the four immeasurable thoughts, meditation, practice. Just relax, And the fourth one, the 7 branches, how to accumulate great merit. This also includes your practice of the mandala. If you know your whole universe, you visualize whole universe, and you make offering to all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, including your body, speech, mind, everything. Just, So these are the preparation we should practice. Prepare for the practice of the bodhicitta. Now here in practice of bodhicitta, look at here, this page, page 3. This morning we have done this refuge, After the refuge, look at this. Just as the Buddhas of the past give rise to bodhicitta, you see. So that's one. And progress. Give rise to bodhicitta or cultivated bodhicitta and progress along the Bodhisattva's path. Or Janjusimba Labala. Actually, it is called bodhicitta and progress along the Bodhisattva's path, or progress or trained along the Bodhisattva's path. So this example, the previous all the Buddhas, they attain Buddhahood. First, they have cultivated the aspiration bodhicitta. This is what is called give rise the bodhicitta. This aspiration bodhicitta. So I want to attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings. Because right now, yes, earlier we did the practice of loving kindness, compassion. May everybody have all the peace and happiness. May everybody free from suffering. Now you ask when that will happen. When everybody will have all the peace and happiness. When they achieve Buddhahood. When everybody will free from suffering. When they become Buddha. So that all the Buddhas in the past, they did that. First they cultivated the aspiration bodhicitta. And then the action bodhicitta is progress trained along the path to the Buddhahood. That's the action bodhicitta. So now he said, on the path, social eyes. Likewise, social eyes. Likewise, I will cultivate, I will give birth to bodhicitta. I will cultivate bodhicitta. I will give rise bodhicitta. What do you like the word? I will cultivate bodhicitta. I will give rise bodhicitta. Or here was said, so shall I give rise, I give rise to bodhicitta. What is the three? The three words, three different. Which one is you like better? This, I give rise to bodhicitta.
I like the third one.
Third one.
Yes, because it doesn't say I shall give rise, it says I give rise. So it's more like I'm doing it instead of I shall someday.
Here said, so shall I give rise to bodhicitta. See, so so shall I give rise to bodhicitta. Likewise, I give birth to bodhicitta. How you like that one? Likewise, I give birth to bodhicitta. Or say, likewise, I cultivate bodhicitta. Here, so shall I give rise bodhicitta. So from these three. See, Tishin, in Tibetan, Tishin, Drola, Pendant, Do. Likewise, for the benefit of sentient beings, I give rise bodhicitta, or I give birth bodhicitta, or I cultivate bodhicitta. Yes, as they did. Yes, yes, as the previous. Yes, as the Buddha did, I follow them. So likewise, no deviation. So there's no confusion. So anyhow, these are different translations that you can choose what you like, but they have this also. So that you see, as the previous Buddha basically saying, chitar munji tishiji chitar, as the previous Buddha cultivated bodhicitta and trained through the path, and they become Buddha. Likewise, today, I give birth bodhicitta, I cultivate bodhicitta, or here said, so shall I give rise bodhicitta. Okay, so that you see. So we are not doing something new, but we are following the Buddha's footsteps, basically, So this is called aspiration. First is called aspiration bodhicitta. You aspire the Buddha's work. So you want to follow, excuse me, you want to follow Buddha's step. Very safe, Then say, so shall I give rise to bodhicitta, whatever, for the benefit of all beings. Excuse me. And then, 대신 돌아편도도 자주심니 지지시 대신 또 라발람. Likewise, practice the stages of the Bodhisattva's path, or I train the stages in the Bodhisattva's path. Maybe train is good, I train into the Bodhisattva's path. So this is just seen, as yesterday I mentioned, 3 trainings. The training of the moral ethics, the training of the meditative concentration, and the training of the special insight. So the training of the moral ethic means not just making some disciplines, okay, but these are moral ethics are based on the demarcation between cause of suffering and cause of peace and happiness. Okay, so avoid all the cause of suffering, and then accommodate, follow the cause for peace and happiness. So when you do that in that way, as Buddha explained, Buddha said, this is the cause of suffering. Don't do it. Don't do it for your benefit. I'm not creating something new, but I'm just telling you what's good for you, Since you don't want suffering, since you don't want suffering, it's not enough complaining. Oh, I don't like suffering. All this, what is happening, all this world, it's so bad, all these things doesn't solve the problem. You see? But now, what are the cause of this suffering? So this is the cause of suffering. Don't engage. Don't follow. So that's a Buddha's message. It's not a Buddhism. See, this is the cause for peace and happiness. So see, if you like happiness, peace, follow this path. See, very precise. That's what Jita Sungkun prescribed. You see, very precisely as Buddha said. But there are some teachers, they say, oh, in Vinaya is not allowed this, but in Vajrayana is allowed, So confusing. They don't talk about the realization. So if you follow the Vajrayana, and if you realize this, then it's okay. Say, it is safe. But as long as you follow the Vajrayana, no need realization. In the Vajrayana, this is all allowed. And then there's some individuals, not everybody, but some individuals become very wild. I'm following Vajrayana, so I'm allowed to do these things. Making a lot of confusion. It's a disaster for the Buddha's teaching, As a practitioner of Vajrayana, if you can transform the alcohol, just example, if you can transform the alcohol into nectar, if you have the ability to transform the alcohol into ambrosia, then it's no longer alcohol, it's ambrosia. That's what Buddha said, allowed. Buddha didn't allow literal alcohol, that which is in Vinaya is allowed in Vajrayana. So we have to be very careful. So that's what Buddha. So the Lord in the Konchog, you see, there's in the Vajrayana, there's in the Tantra section chapter there. Thank you. Yeah, in the Tantra section, there's a lot of those clarifications there if you read. So they described all this beginning as we discussed, about the suffering, about the impermanence, how they're important. He said, these are such very important foundation. When you build a building which has maybe 20, 30, stories, you have to have a good foundation. Without good foundation, you build all this story, many stories building, easily we will be collapsed. That's called building the castle on the ice, you know. First, it looks like very boring. Oh, I want the highest now. Right now, I want the highest, you know. We are so excited, you see. And the teacher who gives us that, oh, I'm so fortunate. This teacher is so kind, you know, gives us all these teachings. After some years, nothing, you know. Now what special you have? Nothing. Still beginner. So it's step by step. Oh, just go to get all the suffering of samsara carefully. No, one is not enough. Repeat. Impermanence, you see, oh, step by step. Train your mind. If you're interested in Dharma, you know, train your mind, step by step, all this. And the practice of loving kindness, compassion, not just loving kindness. If you just say, look, it's very impressive, loving kindness, compassion, no. But if you go through, it's more deeper meaning, what it means, how you follow into your heart, no. How to cultivate yourself, how to maintain these things, step by step. Then after some time you feel really good. Then after that you see everything, when you understand everything is impermanent, then slowly gives you wisdom of the illusory nature, you see. Because everything is so impermanent, transitory nature, momentary nature, changes so fast, like bubbles in the water. So everything's, you know, changing. Then you think, oh, you feel everything's so changing. Nothing's real, as I used to perceive as real, concrete. No, everything's like a mirage. And then you see, you feel your mind is more kind of, cooperating yourself. Your mind is more relaxed. See, not so much bouncing here and there. Establishing your mind in the right place. See, then you feel real peace. And there is happiness. When you achieve the real peace, the happiness is the flavor of the peace. See? Then there's wisdom. Wisdom gives rise from there. You see it precisely, then you see. There you have a more understanding of the causality, how everything works. Everything makes sense. Then there, if you start teaching of the emptiness, it's very beneficial. Then you can understand the sense of what emptiness is about. Otherwise, as a Buddhist, we believe emptiness, but we don't know emptiness. No? And then, emptiness. You are creating emptiness instead of realizing. Then your emptiness is fabricated, not unfabricated. You see, you are fabricating emptiness phenomena, what you perceive as real. Makes sense? So look at these things really carefully. And then you cannot see in your mind when there's all the thoughts coming, going round, back and forth, until we realize this all, as I mentioned, impermanence, suffering of samsara, illusory nature, our habit of the attachment, aversion, this just manifests. And very difficult to handle. Then because that a lot of people give up. After practicing Dharma for 5, 10 years, 20 years, they give up because they cannot control the afflictions. They feel Dharma doesn't work. So we have some. Then when you receive all those benefits, if you practice this such powerful benefits, the benefits there, you have a high expectation. So if I practice this, then all my negative will be go away, go away. They don't go. They stay alive until you have a really precise, method, how to handle, how to see them, wisdom. Through the wisdom, the mental afflictions, you have to have such a kind of, you have to have such a confidence. They come and go. You see them, and you look at them without pushing, without erasing. They themselves exist nowhere. See, their nature is non-existence. See, the cloud, you see the cloud. You see the cloud, but a cloud is non-existent. In the Uttara Tantra said, Rajikina Madhubdas does not exist inherently. Yet it occupies, when it's there, it occupies our mind. The cloud occupies the sky. Our mental afflictions like attachment, anger, hatred, it occupies our mind. But they are temporary. They come and go. Chapter Lubur Wani, Yomoshe devotees. The obscurations of the affliction emotions and the obscuration of the knowledge, they're like a cloud. So this, we have to regularly meditate. Everything is impermanent. Now impermanent, when you practice impermanent with a strong attachment, it makes you miserable. I like this, but it's impermanent, I'm depressed, I don't like to meditate on impermanence. There's a lot of this way, you see. But on the other hand, attachment brings suffering. It's impermanent. It's impermanent. There's nothing to attach. It gives you some great relief in the mind, healing. So it's individuals how they comprehend. Some people don't like to meditate on impermanence. So impermanence is such a negative thing. I don't like impermanence. No? But they suffer anyway, They're not out of suffering. But that is their choice, And we also practitioners, if we don't know how to practice impermanence, it brings in depression. Everything's impermanent, and I'm attached to myself, all this is impermanent, and nothing is doing well, nothing is working well. So I'm so upset, I'm not feeling good, and then mentally disoriented, So needs such kind of skill, ability, courage, and the wisdom It's so important how to comprehend these things. Make sense? So please, these are just, I'm just throwing, some ideas. Well, of course, you should, it's your investigation. I'm not saying you should accept what I said, I'm just throwing my ideas, feelings from the point of Dharma. Then you should have your own ability, okay, to digest, to handle, okay, and then you appreciate yourself. And that will give you full confidence in yourself. Unwavering. No matter what, See. These all we learn from the impermanence, suffering of samsara, from the causality. Look at the jewel ornament of liberation at the first section, right after he's paying homage, He said, all the phenomena are into two categories, he said. The one, nature of the samsara is emptiness. The mental formation of the mental formation of samsara is confusion. It characterized as a suffering. All the suffering comes from the confusion, you see. The nature of the nirvana is emptiness. Same as emptiness, samsara, nirvana. But what nirvana? The nirvana, nature of the nirvana is emptiness. The mental formation of nirvana is confusion, is exhausted and dissipated. You see, confusion is purified. So it characterized as free from suffering. You see, it's very beautiful, just 1-2 lines. Such a beautiful, precise, because Kambu was enlightened. So in that short introduction, he outlined so beautifully, so why we need to practice Dharma. See, look, this, so like that it requires a lot of experience. So to have the experience, you need to contemplate, meditate every day. At least a session, 2 sessions, in the morning or in the evening, whenever you can. So those are so crucial, so precious. Okay, to this. So now here we are talking about the 3 trainings. The training, say, I practice means I train the stages of the Bodhisattva's path. So the training, there are 3 trainings. The training of the estimation, moral ethics, the training of samadhi, and training of the wisdom awareness, the prajna. Because when the mind is free from non-virtues, when the mind abides in the non-virtuous state, the mind is more relaxed. When the mind is more relaxed, then there is a samadhi, karma abiding, meditative state. When the mind is clear, relaxed, like say a water in the pot, in the bucket there's water. When the water is very calm, not disturbed by wind, by any, when the water is very calm, the moon's reflection is so clear. You see, like that, when the mind has such a powerful meditative state, karma abiding, then a special insight give rise. You see that. Then when that, you see, when did karma abiding, or then also you can say samadhi, synchronized, special insight, then all the mental afflictions are totally taken care of. You see, they are not exist. It's just bad habit. All these mental afflictions are just bad habit, confusion. They are just contrived. They are just affliction. They afflicts our mind. So that now that from that we cross the border of the samsara. We got the visa for enlightenment. Okay. Oh, depends. Depends individual. How determined you are. Okay. You know the word dilettante. You know that word? Dilettante. What that? No, not diligent. Dilettante. A dilettante, yes. Yes, if you're dilettante in your practice, then it's a long way to go. You see. On the other hand, if you're diligent, maybe sooner. Yeah, nice, you see. This is good word, dilettante, Dilettante. So it's, in other words, on the track, of the track, So anyway, here what I'm talking about is, you see, how you take the Bodhisattva's vow. See, for all the sentient beings' benefit. I'm just one person, one individual, from countless sentient beings. From the democratic system, one is important or everyone is important, more important. You see, I want to serve the country. I want to serve all sentient beings. No. So when we say, I want to serve all sentient beings, that person becomes the courageous hero. Changchup Sempa in Tibetan. Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva means courageous hero. And everybody respect. We say this teacher is Bodhisattva. No? This Lama is Bodhisattva. We respect. We receive their blessing because of the bodhicitta. So everyone has the opportunity. Everyone has Buddha nature equally shared. Bodhisattva, Buddha, from the point of Buddha nature, no one is better than others. Equally shared. So look at that. appreciate yourself. I have Buddha nature. If I cultivate, yes, I can. Yes, I can do. Then you just look to yourself. What it went wrong from limitless lifetime up until now, still I'm in the samsara. What happened? You know? Still I'm not wake up. Still I'm sleeping in the samsara. Bewildered in the confusion. In the jungle of the confusion. I must do something this time. So cultivate the mind. And once you cultivate that mind and practice that, then you appreciate. Step by step what you can. You do what you can. See? Sometimes Bodhisattvas say, oh, you have to give your hands or your head, your eyes, and I say, oh, I cannot do it. In this way I cannot take the Bodhisattva's vow, Buddha didn't say that you should do it at the first place. Buddha said you should train yourself. Like Buddha giving example as a small medicinal tree, medicine tree, very small, few leaves, and you should take care of that with such a gentle. Let it grow, huge big tree, like redwood tree. Once it's become so big, then you can do anything. You can help all the sentient beings. You see? Buddha was very skillful how to do practice. See? Cultivate the mind. I want to attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings. That's my goal. But then you practice what you can. See? Step by step. It's mentioned like a child, a baby who is such a small, few months year old, cannot digest all this gross food. That can digest whatever they can, but then let grow month after month, year after year. Then is when the baby grown up can digest all the food, So like this, we as a Bodhisattva practitioner, as a baby, first take care. Do things what you can. Okay? Yeah, we are ready now. All prepared. Okay, now time is running. I'm talking too much. Now what we should do is, like this morning, do 3 prostration to first refresh your visualization. Buddha in front of you, above in space, Shakyamuni Buddha, here where the statue, but not as like a statue or painting, a fresh Buddha, inseparable of the appearance and emptiness, okay? Like a rainbow, embodiment of wisdom and compassion, Buddha, as your root guru, your root teacher, surrounded by all the Buddhas of the past, present, future, and great Bodhisattvas, like great Bodhisattvas, Chenresik, Manjushri, Vajrapani, and Buddha is mentioned, Amitabha Buddha, Medicine Buddha, all that all come together, just whole space filled with the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and do 3 prostration. Okay, now please stand up. Oh. Friend? Incense, yeah, sure. Okay, then if you've done 3 prostration, then sit as this, like this morning. Your right knee on the ground, left knee up, join your hand, focusing to the Buddha, and we'll say this all in Tibetan. Okay? We have this here. Just sit on your seat, that's good. You see, your right knee on the ground. It's good to do that. Okay. Then you say, the Tibetan will start Chitarungunji Teshikki. If you have the Tibetan, means as mentioned, just as the Buddhas of the past cultivate bodhicitta or give rise to bodhicitta, so forth. So before that, see, all to listen to me, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, listen to me, masters, or hear my requests, my name such as such. So I am, say, cultivating aspiration bodhicitta. I am give rise the action bodhicitta. Okay. Now please repeat in Tibetan. Cho chuna, shube, sangyedang, chanju semba, tamje, dala, konsoso, lobun, dala, konsoso, da ming dishi jawa. Your name? Say your names. Chidarangonji, Deshigi, Chanju Tuni, Jeba Dang, Chanju Sembe, Laba La, Deda Rimshin, Neba Dar, Deshin Rola, Pendun Do, Chanju Semni, Gigi Shin, Deshin Duni, Laba La, Rimba Shindo, Labra Ki. Now repeat second time. So please reinforce to cultivate bodhicitta. First cultivating the aspiration bodhicitta. And the second, give rising the action bodhicitta. Yeah. So please repeat the second term. Cho chuna, shube, sangyedang, chanju semba, tamje, dala, konsoso, lobun, dala, konsoso, aming, dishi chawa. Please say your names. Chidarangonji, Deshigi, chanju tuni, Jeba dang, chanju sembe, Laba la, Deda rimshin, Neba dar, Deshin rola, Pendun do, Chanju semni, Gege shin, Deshin doni, Laba la, Rimba shindo, Labra ki. Oh, now third. At the end of the third recitation, you have to meditate that you have received Bodhisattva's vow. Or in other words, you have fully cultivated bodhicitta. I have generated bodhicitta. I have cultivated bodhicitta to attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings with such mind, feeling of grateful, just feeling of such a precious, such a great honor, with joy. So with this, please repeat the third recitation. Cho chuna, shube, Sanjayang, Chanchu Semba, Tamje, Dala, Konsosu, Loben, Dala, Konsosu, Daming, Nishi Jawa. Please say your names. Chidarangonji, Desheki, Chanchu Tuni, Jeba Tang, Chanchu Sembe, Laba La, Teda Rimshin, Neba Tar, Deshin Dola, Pendun Do, Chanchu Semni, Gigi Shin, Deshin Duni, Laba La, Rimba Shindo, Labra Gil. Now, when I say tapino, please say like so. Oh, tapino. So like so means yes, I have cultivated the bodhicitta or embraced the bodhicitta. Now first, please now sit down. Sit in a comfortable way. Yeah. Relax yourself, your body, mind. And then, you're the Buddha, Shakyamuni Buddha. All the surrounding bodhisattvas dissolve into the Buddhas. All the Buddhas of the past, present, future surrounding all dissolve into the center of Buddha Shakyamuni. So now Buddha Shakyamuni is the embodiment of all the Buddhas of the three times, which is your root guru, your teacher. Now that Buddha melt into light, multicolor light. Now meditate. That multicolor light dissolved on the crown of your head. From the crown of your head pervades your entire body. Your mind, your body are now blessed by the Buddha. And now you meditate, your mind is inseparable of the Buddha's mind. And yourself dissolve into emptiness. Like the ice melt into the water, or the cloud disappear in the sky. Just relax, lose all the tensions. Your mind is a unconfined mind, free, totally free. Relax, nothing to expect. It's all unfabricated. It is as it is. We're not making anything. Simply just relax there. Now you see in that unfabricated state of the mind, there's no ego exists. No other mental afflictions exist. Your mind is totally free. This is what is called ultimate bodhicitta. See, aspiration bodhicitta is relative bodhicitta. The action bodhicitta is relative bodhicitta. Through the practice of these relative bodhicitta, then we come to the understanding of the ultimate bodhicitta. This is the bodhicitta, ultimate bodhicitta. Okay, thank you. So this is what's called cultivating bodhicitta or receiving bodhisattva's vow. You see. So when you want to do your practice every day, in this page 3, you see, in the page 3, you can do this. From this Chanchu Nyingbur Chigya, right from the beginning, I take refuge in the Buddhas until I attain the essence of the awakening. You can say this prayer all in the morning. Visualize, as mentioned, Buddha in front. I take refuge, all this. I cultivate bodhicitta, says 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. You say it, and then Buddha dissolve into you. You refresh your bodhicitta, and enhance bodhicitta. Then you see the dedication here. Actually, he has very nice. It's also in Tibetan written here. I see it. We have this here. Sorry, page 30. Yes. They can hear? Okay, that's okay. Yeah. Okay, now they can hear. Oh, that's good.
Page 30.
Page 30, you see, Changchup Semjo Rinpoche. I was looking for this. So now here said, in Tibetan, Changchup Semjo Rinpoche, Changchup Sem Bodhicitta. No, Changchup. Changchup is enlightenment. Sem, mind, the mind of enlightenment. Supreme, the supreme enlightened mind. Precious one, Rinpoche. No. Machi Panam Ki Girchik. May rise where it is not born. Machi Panam Ki Girchik. Kieba Nyaba Meba. Then those who give rise may increase without declining. Then Kieba Nyaba Meba. They increase higher and higher until Buddhahood. No? As we have translation, they made the Bodhicitta, the precious and supreme mind. So here, precious and supreme mind means the mind we have a lot of thoughts. So many, every day you used to look at how many thoughts you are coming. Want to do this, want to go this, want to this, want to talk this, want to meet this, want to all these thoughts. From this, all the thoughts, hundreds and thousands of thoughts, the Bodhicitta wish to achieve enlightenment. Mind is the precious, is a supreme mind. Okay? That thought will lead you towards the peace and happiness. All other thoughts are samsaric thoughts. See? So, Changchup Semjo Rinpoche, that's what it's about. Desire to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings is the most precious and most supreme. Because Buddha is the embodiment of bodhicitta. That's what we have cultivated. The relative bodhicitta and absolute bodhicitta. So Buddha is a perfection of that practice, So this mind is that. So that mind, wherever there's no born, made it arise. Anybody who has born, not without declining, increase higher and higher until we achieve Buddhahood. So say these prayers all the time, anytime. Good, Okay. Can you chant this in Tibetan? Oh, very good.
Semcho Rinpoche Mache Panam Che Churchi Che Panam Pa Me Payang Gone Gondu Elwarsho Semcho Rinpoche Mache Panam Che Churchi Che Panyam Pa Me Payang Gone Gondu Elwarsho Chanju Semcho Rinpoche Mache Panam Che Churchi Ke pa nyam pa me pa yang kone kong du el wa sho.
May Bodhicitta, the precious
Supreme Mind, arise in whom it has not yet arisen. Where it has arisen, may it not decline, but ever increase higher and higher.
Okay, today we stop here, and tomorrow morning we can go through this again, repeating conclusion, all this, to finish the conclusion. Okay, and then in the afternoon we can do the short Guru Yoga. So if you make the copy of the Guru Yoga, very short Guru Yoga, even though it is here, but if you can make copies, everybody can have. Then it's your choice. You want to practice or not practice, your choice. Okay? Yeah, that's good. Yeah.